Chapter 4808. A Mysterious and Ancient Void. At the end of this mysterious void, there was a blood-colored membrane that looked like a canopy in the sky. It looked inconspicuous, but it had already blocked a terrifying battleship army of 100 billion here for more than 50 years. This battleship army of 100 billion was the missing Tianji clan. Now, after discovering this blood-colored membrane, the Tianji clan's battleship army had been continuously bombarding it for more than 30 years, but they still couldn't completely break through it. When this blood-red barrier was first discovered, De, the clan leader of the Heavenly Legacy clan, even came here in person. He brought several clones of the desolate era that he had recently refined to attack it together, but to no avail. No one knew what was on the other side of the blood-colored membrane, but one thing was certain, and that was that the blood-colored membrane at the edge of the membrane had such a terrifying defensive ability. In this way, if it was broken, they would enter the membrane. If they could break through it, the world on the other side of the membrane would definitely be richer in resources than this mysterious void. In order to achieve this goal, the clan leader, De, had issued a death order. No matter what, no matter the price, no matter how long it took, this blood-colored membrane had to be blasted open. This foreign void that was connected to the first universe by a secret passage was the mysterious void that the Tianji clan had entered when they migrated. In this void, there were many corpses of powerful primordial life forms, and there was no lack of quasi-primordial life forms among them. Powerful beings and true primordial beings. The Tianji clan's clan leader, De, had decided to take advantage of the changes in Tianji City to move the entire city and the entire Tianji clan to this mysterious void. His goal was to use the corpses of powerful primordial life forms that could be seen everywhere in this void to allow the entire Tianji clan to undergo a magnificent transformation and evolution in a short period of time. Many things could happen in more than 50 years. The Tianji clan had used the strength of the entire clan, and countless intelligent robots as a tireless labor force. Now, the clan's overall transformation and evolution had already achieved shocking results. Back then, the size of Tianji City was only like a small planet. But now, after multiple upgrades, the size of the Tianji City had even surpassed some extremely rare giant stars, becoming a true star fortress. However, the change in size was only one of the transformations and evolutions of the Tianji City. That's all. Back then, the Tianji City was built from the toughest new universe alloy, both inside and out. It had the form of a regular continent and a wartime fortress. And now, everything had been fully consolidated and improved. The current Tianji City was no longer purely made of the latest cosmic alloy. De used all the power of the Heavenly Legacy clan to collect all kinds of top-quality materials, such as the True Dragon's dragon tendon, the Fire Phoenix's phoenix marrow, the Black Dragon's dragon spine, and so on and so forth. These desolate-era creatures were extremely powerful when they were alive. Even though they had fallen for countless years, their remains were still very powerful. But the Heaven's Legacy race had plenty of ways to divide it up and use all sorts of suitable materials to transform the cold Heaven's Legacy city made of pure cosmic alloy into a city made of cosmic alloy and the flesh and blood of primordial creatures. Biohazard Fortress. Even its original 2 forms had doubled in number, reaching a total of 4 forms. In addition to the original regular continent form and the wartime spherical fortress form, the current Heaven's Legacy city had 2 other simulated forms. In a short period of time, the entire enormous Heaven's Legacy city, which contained terrifying combat power, could transform into a gigantic demonic dragon or a black phoenix with shocking wingspan at De's command. In the past 50 years, all the official members of the Tianji clan, including the clan leader De, had improved their cultivation base and strength at a rapid pace. They had used the blood and flesh of countless powerful creatures from the desolate antiquity era to improve their cultivation base and strength. Their cultivation base. And just like how they transformed the Heaven's Legacy city, they collected top-quality materials such as the dragon tendon and phoenix marrow to transform their own mechanical bodies step by step. Some powerful Heaven's Legacy race members even gave up on their human bodies and directly used the remains or treasured body of a huge primordial creature as the foundation, carefully sculpting it step by step from the inside out. In the end, the electronic consciousness entered the new giant body created by the combination of the remains of primordial creatures' treasured bodies and the power of modern technology. It was as if it had become a feather and was completely reborn. With a shake of its body, it had become a living being with the addition of powerful primordial creatures with the power of technology. Now, even within the Heaven's Legacy race, no one knew where DE's original body was, what form it was in, and what level its cultivation base had reached. And in addition to the transformation and evolution of all the official members of the race, the Heaven's Legacy race had also used the vast amount of primordial creatures' treasured bodies in this void in the past 20 years to create a large number of intelligent robots that were not in human form. Their numbers were increasing, and their combat power was extremely shocking. They were called mechanical battle beasts. Now, the number of mechanical battle beasts that the Heaven's Legacy race had transformed was almost innumerable. Although they were actually created from the remains of various primordial creatures' treasured bodies with the addition of technological elements, such as the scales and skin on the surface of their bodies, they were the latest biochemical products. Buzz, boom, rumble. At this moment, as another order was issued, the entire vast and boundless void instantly hummed like a tide. This was the sound caused by the cannons of 100 billion battleships charging at the same time. A huge roar sounded, and the cannons of 100 billion battleships fired at the same time. Countless energy light pillars of different diameters shot forward from different angles and finally gathered together. They formed a terrifying energy light pillar that was so wide that it made one's hair stand on end. In the blink of an eye, it fell on the blood-colored membrane that stretched across the void like a canopy in the sky. This time, the blood-colored membrane that had not been torn apart until now completely collapsed the moment the energy light pillar from the gigantic battleship cannons hit it. Roar. After 50 years, has it finally been blasted open? At this moment, the gigantic dragon that had been lying in the dark void behind suddenly wriggled. In less than 3 breaths, it had turned into a round star that was about the same size as the immortal star. It was a gigantic star, but it was glowing with a faint golden light. The gloomy and cold luster emitted a formless and sharp baleful aura. This was the Heaven's Legacy city that now had 4 forms, and its power had skyrocketed countless times. At this moment, the roar that came from the Heaven's Legacy city came from DE. From the aura, it was already the cultivation of a late-stage desolate supremacy. Children, the time for slaughter has come. Heaven's Legacy race, advance. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4809. The Human Federation. Right now, the Human Federation was flourishing beyond compare. With the arrival of the immortal 9 stars, Sky Absolute Palace, and the Temple of Glory, whether compared to the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 Races, or the Magic Hall and the Forbidden Land of the Rising, the Human Federation was crushing them. They were already crushing their opponents, and they were practically dominating the competition. In one night, in addition to the tens of billions of battleships, 36 Universe Supreme Beings, 36 Primordial Beings, and even 6 Primordial Supreme Beings were added to the fleet. Including D-Air, who had recently ascended to Desolate Supreme, the Human Federation now had a total of 7 Desolate Supremes. With such a foundation, there was no race or faction that could match them in the void of the primeval realm fragment. Even the Magic Hall could not compare to them. Because of this, not only had the Human Federation been thriving in the star field recently, but even in the void outside the star field, battleship teams could be seen patrolling back and forth. Such a scene was a stark contrast from the cowardice before the arrival of reinforcements. Over the last few days, the void of the primeval realm fragment had not been peaceful, and undercurrents were slowly surging. That was especially so when the Beast Alliance was removed from the list after the recent battle, which left all the major factions in shock. However, on the Human Federation's side, even the lowest-ranked champions of the starry sky were certain of it, and could even throw their heads back and laugh smugly after hearing the news. From their point of view, it was clear that the Demon Palace was panicking and could no longer sit still. That was why they provoked the ferocious Beast Alliance, a pushover who had no reinforcements to come. Unfortunately, it was no longer able to create any deterrence effect on the Human Federation. Right now, the leaders of the three factions who had just arrived were merely adjusting their states and familiarizing themselves with each other. At the same time, they were using this time to gain a better understanding of the void of the primeval realm fragment, as well as the various alliances and factions. Once the Federation's various affairs were on track, the leaders would definitely order a punitive expedition against the Magic Hall, and that was what all the champions of the starry sky of the Human Federation were waiting for. They were all too eager for a complete turnaround and the feeling of being able to hold their heads high again. Yes. With such a thrilling expectation, all the members of the Human Federation were waiting for that moment fervently. In the void hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the star field where the Federation was located. At this moment, several patrol fleets of the Human Federation were wandering at the edge of this huge wormhole that could allow a giant planet to pass through. Boom! Rumble, all of a sudden, an earth-shattering roar came from the wormhole. The scene was exactly the same as when the core powers of the three camps of the Human Federation had arrived. All the warships of the few fleets that were patrolling nearby came to an abrupt halt in midair. Then, cheers echoed vaguely, as if they were informing each other that the second batch of reinforcements of the Human Federation was coming again. Boom! Before they could send this delightful news back to the headquarters of the Human Federation in the star field, a huge object suddenly rushed out from this huge wormhole. Its size was not inferior to that of an immortal star, just like a giant planet. In fact, this huge object that rushed out from the wormhole was indeed a planet. However, it was different from ordinary planets. Its entire body was green, and its surface was extremely smooth, emitting a green metallic luster. At first glance, it was simply a huge metal ball. Buzz, this metal ball seemed to be alive. As soon as it rushed out from the wormhole, an extremely low buzzing sound suddenly came from inside it. Amidst this, a series of clicking sounds could be heard, as if countless mechanical gears were rotating and grinding together. At the same time, along with the earth-shattering clicking sounds, this huge metal ball was rapidly changing its shape. Some protrusions extended from every part of the ball, and in less than half a breath, it turned into a greenish-black dragon. It was a demonic dragon. The demonic dragon's body was extremely huge, nearly 100 million miles long. It had exceeded the size of the previous ball form. Even Yi Xian, in the ninth transformation of the demonic ape, was several times smaller than it. What was even more strange was that this greenish-black demonic dragon's body also emitted a dazzling metallic luster. This was clearly a demonic dragon made of metal. This was too terrifying, and it was beyond everyone's expectations. In the void, all the experts in the Human Federation's fleets were stunned. Their mouths were wide open, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Their faces were full of disbelief. They suspected that they were in a dream. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Right at this moment, countless sounds of space being torn apart resounded from the wormhole in front of them. Numerous rays of light rushed out from the wormhole one after another. Their momentum was majestic, and their numbers covered the heavens and the earth. There were hundreds of millions of them. After these rays of light rushed out from the wormhole, they also stopped abruptly in the void of the universe outside the wormhole. Some of them were smaller metal balls with different colors of metallic luster on their surfaces. Some of them were huge fortresses, but their shapes were strange and ferocious, and they had the characteristics of different ferocious beasts. After the smaller metal spheres came to an abrupt halt in midair, a low hum and mechanical grinding sound could be heard coming from within them. Along with these strange sounds, the shape of the metal balls also changed rapidly. In the end, they turned into space beasts of different shapes. Their bodies were tens of millions of miles long, and they were as big as small stars. Their surfaces were all glowing with a faint metallic luster. Just like that, they were like mechanical ferocious beasts of different shapes. And there were at least tens of millions of such mechanical ferocious beasts. The auras they emitted were extremely terrifying, and they were all above the undying realm. Among them, there were even many emperors and emperors. Some were even larger, and the auras they emitted were even at the Universe Supreme, Universe Master, and Universe Supreme level. This scene lasted for a full 2 hours. During these 2 hours, the wormhole in the void in front of them was like a geyser erupting. A large amount of rays of light shot out and stopped abruptly in the void. Then, they transformed into all kinds of shapes. Some were space beasts, and some were conventional space fortresses and various battleships. However, without exception, all of them had some characteristics of ferocious beasts. Only the metallic luster on their surfaces proved that they were only similar to ferocious beasts in shape. In essence, they were clearly composed of machines. Finally, within the fleets of the Human Federation in the surrounding void, countless great beings of the Human Federation, who were stunned, reacted one after another. Like a tide, they cried out in astonishment, "My God, this is a mechanical army. The number of battleships is close to 100 billion, look at the insignia on the battleships. They are clearly from the Tianji clan, alert. Alert. Enemy attack. Report immediately. The Tianji clan is attacking." At this moment, the Human Federation was in complete chaos. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 48:10. In that unknown and mysterious void, the Heaven's Legacy race army had spent 50 years just bombarding that blood-colored void membrane. If one were to include the time they had spent burying their heads in that mysterious void, it would have been nearly 100 years since the Heaven's Legacy race had migrated overnight from the first universe. After 100 years, the Tianji clan that disappeared overnight reappeared, descending on this chaotic space fragment. In just 2 short hours, the Heaven's Legacy race members had all charged out of this wormhole in space far away from the Human Federation's star domain. Ruth's Tianji clan of today was completely different from the one of 100 years ago. There were over 100 billion modified battleships. Among them, there were over 10 million official Tianji clan members, metal balls that could transform into stars at any time, and mechanical beasts of different shapes. 10 million Tianji clan members was not a large number, but without exception, they were all above the undying realm. Among them, there were tens of thousands of universe knights, close to 10,000 universe masters, close to 1,000 universe supremes, and close to 100 primordial great beings. As for the number of primordial great beings, it was still unknown, but they definitely existed. At least, in Tianji City, which transformed into a giant demon dragon as soon as it rushed out of the wormhole, there were a few vague auras of desolate masters. Ruth's terrifying overall strength was far beyond the Human Federation star sector. In fact, except for the desolate supremacy, whose combat strength was unknown, the overall strength of those below the desolate supremacy level, even if the Star Alliance, the alliance of 10,000 races, and the Human Federation, which had just received a large number of reinforcements, were put together, they were still no match for the Tianji clan. It was a formation that could sweep through the entire void fragment of the primordial world. It was full of confidence. Obviously, with the arrival of this terrifying army, the Human Federation star sector, which was closest to the Tianji clan, was in chaos. Countless battleships and battleships rushed out of the star sector and formed a battle formation in the vast space outside the star sector. The atmosphere was extremely tense, and a battle could break out at any time. However, but to everyone's surprise, this powerful army of the Heaven's Legacy race did not immediately begin the battle. They had clearly recognized that the people who had charged out from the star region were their old rivals, the 2 great human factions and the former Myriad Luo Federation. This was obvious from the insignia on the battleship. They were all old rivals who had fought each other for tens of thousands of years, so they could tell at a glance. No, perhaps it was because he had just arrived, so he didn't know much about the void fragment of the untainted land, let alone the structure of the various forces in this void. Sukathis, after the Heaven's Legacy race army finished gathering, not only did they not immediately begin the battle, they instead began to slowly retreat. They circled around the massive wormhole that they had just descended through, retreating to the left and right sides of the wormhole to 100 billion li away. Only then did they begin construction on the countless abandoned stars of the star field. It was clear that they were going to set up camp in that star domain where most of the stars were abandoned. This was completely understandable. The tens of millions of Heaven's Legacy race clansmen were all mechanical lifeforms, and the hundreds of billions of battleships were all intelligent robots, mechanical beasts, and the like. There was simply no need for life stars. Even the most barren of abandoned stars could be turned into a star fortress armed to the teeth in a short period of time. Although more than 90% of the stars in this star domain were abandoned stars, they had the advantage of being numerous. One could see a star every so often, and it was the best place for the Heaven's Legacy race to set up camp. However, this scene was incomparably bitter for the Human Race Federation. In terms of overall strength, the current Human Race Federation was no match for the Heaven's Legacy race, and it just so happened that this massive wormhole was in this part of the void and could not be moved away. The three great human empires of the third universe and the other reinforcements would all come through here. In this situation, even if the Human Race Federation could not afford to offend them, it would be impossible for them to move away. Only to be able to confront the Heaven's Legacy race from 100 billion li across the void and be in a state of extreme tension at all times. For the time being, they would not be able to take care of the Magic Hall. Everything that happened here spread throughout the vast and boundless untainted land fragment void within 10 days. Every major faction and race was in an uproar, especially the Star Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance, who were completely dumbfounded. The Beast Alliance had just been destroyed by the Magic Hall, and apart from the Magic Hall and the Sky River sector, there were only the four great alliances left in this part of the void. But now, in the blink of an eye, the Heaven's Legacy race had arrived, and they were even more powerful than before. For a moment, the power structure of this part of the void was in complete chaos. The Magic Hall was in imminent danger, and as long as the Star Alliance, the Myriad Races Alliance, and the Human Race Federation worked together, the Magic Hall would be destroyed. But now, everything had become incomparably complicated, and no one dared to act rashly. The Human Race Federation was like this, the Star Alliance was like this, and the Myriad Races Alliance was like this as well. Only the only exception was the Magic Hall. No one had expected that the Magic Hall would make a move at this time, and that it would be the master of the Magic Hall alone, the Sky Alliance. The Star Alliance's strength had skyrocketed. With the migration of the Bloodrakes, the Azure Rocks, and the Battle Lions, the Alliance's conventional forces had increased by 20 billion warships. In terms of high-end combat power, there were 25 primordial great beings, not to mention those who were not great beings. In addition, the nine-headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock had also returned. Together with the Blood-Devouring Lion, whose combat strength could reach the 7th rank Desolate Supremacy under the secret technique, the Star Federation now had 3 primordial supremes, one of whom even had the combat strength of an advanced stage. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Starry Sky Alliance headquarters, on the peak of a towering mountain, a group of Star Alliance executives were having a secret meeting. Large, there were not many figures in the hall, only about 100. At the top were the 9-headed Bloodrakes, the Azure Rocks, and the Bloodthirsty Lion. 25 primordial great beings from the 3 races were seated at the front of the hall. Large below the hall were dozens of universe supremacies. As for the universe masters, they were not qualified to enter the hall. It had been 3 days since the news of the mechanical race's arrival. During these 3 days, the executives of the various races in the Star Alliance had been analyzing and deducing the changes to the situation in space caused by this incident. The hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Several great beings were arguing, each with their own opinions. Hong. Cha. Right at this moment, a thunderclap suddenly resounded from outside the star. Its momentum was too vast, and it caused the star beneath their feet to tremble slightly a few times. Shocking. After the deafening noise, a voice that could be heard throughout the entire star field was heard. Little Loach, Mixed Hair Bird, and Lion Fur Dog, the 3 of you, get out here. In the hall, the executives of the Alliance who were in the middle of a meeting were all stunned. Their minds went blank, and they were all dumbfounded. Please remember the domain name of this book. The mobile version of this book. Chapter 4811. Boom. After a deafening explosion, a voice reverberated throughout the Star Alliance. Little Loach, Mixed Feather Bird, and Lion Fur Dog, you 3, get your asses out here. This was clearly the voice of the master of the Magic Hall. Even if they had never heard of him, they could guess who he was from the way he addressed himself. Even a fool would know who the Little Loach, Mixed Feather Bird, and Lion Fur Dog were. In the Great Hall, the leaders of the Star Alliance who were in the middle of a meeting were stunned. Their minds went blank. Reflexively, they turned to look at the nine-headed blood dragon, azure sky rock, and bloodthirsty war lion. Their expressions were incomparably complicated. Who's that outside? And who's lion fur dog? At the head of the palace, the blood-devouring war lion, who had never come into contact with Yi Xian, was stunned for a moment. Although it had vaguely guessed the truth, it wasn't willing to believe it in its heart. As a result, it subconsciously asked with a stupefied expression, "This was awkward." The Star Alliance leaders in the hall looked at each other. Their necks were red, and their expressions were strange. But no one dared to say anything. Even the nine-headed blood flood dragon and the azure sky rock looked constipated. Roar. Although no one answered, this silence was actually the best answer. The blood-devouring war lion was instantly certain of its guess. Furious, it raised its head and let out a furious roar. Its figure flickered and disappeared from the hall in an instant. He was an existence who had lived from the end of the primordial era to the present. Although his cultivation was only at the primordial realm, no one had ever dared to treat him as a primordial expert. Even the average primordial expert wouldn't dare to provoke him, but now, the Grand Master of the Demon Hall had come to provoke him. Not only had he called him out, but he had also called him a lion's dog in front of the entire Star Alliance. It was a great humiliation. Only by fighting and killing his opponent could the hatred in his heart be appeased. Sigh. His figure disappeared with a roar. The Star Alliance experts in the hall had bitter expressions on their faces. The nine-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock shook their heads and sighed. However, they didn't dare to tarry for too long. All of them stood up at the first possible moment, left the hall, and headed out of the planet, outside of the planet, in the region of space occupied by the Star Alliance. In his ape form, Yi Xian stood alone in the void with his arms crossed. His eyes were cold as he stared at the planet where the Star Alliance's headquarters was located. More than 100 million miles behind him, a planet with life had turned into cosmic dust. Large and small star fragments were floating in the void. Moments ago, he had suddenly barged into the Star Alliance and destroyed the planet with a single punch. Countless Alliance experts had perished along with him. The brutality of this scene frightened the other existences in the surrounding planets. They immediately fled in all directions or hid in their own cave abodes, not daring to make the slightest move. Roar. An earth-shattering roar came from the giant planet where the Star Alliance's headquarters was located. A golden figure rushed out like a meteor. It was the enraged blood-devouring war lion. "You're that ape? You really don't know what's good for you. Today, I will kill you with my own hands." Roar. The blood-devouring war lion raised its head and roared, 9 changes of the berserk lion. 9th change. Boom! Following the roar, the blood-devouring war lion's aura instantly became incomparably violent. Its originally 10,000 zhang tall body rapidly expanded. In just 3 short breaths, it had already reached a height of 60 million li. At the same time, the aura of his cultivation base had also increased. Previously, he was a rank 6 almighty, but now, he was a rank 7 desolate venerable, the same as the ape. At this moment, the ape and the blood-devouring war lion were facing each other in the cosmic void hundreds of millions of miles away. Both of them were 60 million miles tall, and the aura of their cultivation bases were at rank 7 almighty. However, in fact, due to the support of the majestic blood chi in their huge bodies, their actual combat strength was comparable to a rank 8 desolate venerable. At this moment, Yi Xian was a little dazed. Other than the void giant tortoise, Xing Bo, and the headless infant corpse, the blood-devouring war lion in front of him was definitely the strongest opponent he had ever encountered. He just did not know how long the blood-devouring war lion's 9 changes of the berserk lion could last. Roar, whoosh. Bao Yuan glanced at the blood-devouring war lion. As soon as he roared, the sound of water splashing could be heard. Bao Yuan's body collapsed and turned into a sea of blood that spread out and covered a corner of the void of the universe. Roar. Screech. Following that, from 3 different directions of the vast sea of blood, there were shocking roars and screeches. In the shocking sea of blood, in the blink of an eye, 3 huge figures rose from the ground. They were the three great demon bodies of the ancient ape demons. The first was the flesh and blood body, which was the violent ape of stars. There was also the skeleton body without any flesh and blood. It was just a purple-gold skeleton that exuded an endless murderous aura. It was incomparably ferocious. As for the black fog body, although it was also in the shape of a violent ape, its physical body was covered in black fog. Even its pair of eyes were merely two rays of purple light. It was extremely strange. In just a breath's time, the three blood sea avatars had condensed, and the aura they exuded was at the seventh-order desolate venerable realm. In fact, the true battle strength of these three blood sea avatars was comparable to an eighth-order desolate venerable realm expert due to the support of the majestic blood sea avatars. None of them were weaker than the blood-devouring war lion in the void hundreds of millions of miles away. What? You want to fight me with numbers? Come, this lord will fight your three blood sea avatars alone. Seeing this scene, the blood-devouring war lion's eyes flashed coldly. His voice was filled with endless disdain. He actually dared to say that he wanted to fight the three blood sea avatars of the Magic Hall Master alone. How domineering. Dream on. Do you have the qualifications? Among the three blood sea avatars, the violent ape rolled his eyes. Before he finished speaking, he flipped his right hand and the big-headed black stick appeared in his hand. Dragging it behind him, he rushed towards the blood-devouring war lion in a flash. Roar. Preposterous. Hearing Yi Xian's words, especially when he saw that the violent ape had only sent out a flesh and blood clone, took out a large black club and charged towards him. The blood-devouring war lion, which was hundreds of millions of kilometers away, flew into a rage. After raising its head and letting out a roar, it immediately rushed out. In the blink of an eye, the two of them clashed in the void. Earth-shattering rumbles resounded, and the void within hundreds of millions of miles was completely chaotic. The aura was so violent that it was impossible to see the scene at the center of the battlefield from the outside. It was clear that they had met their match and were fighting to their heart's content right from the start. Chapter 48:12. Obviously, Bao Yuan and the bloodthirsty war lion were evenly matched and would not be able to determine the winner anytime soon. However, as time passed, the one who was at a disadvantage could only be the blood-devouring war lion. This was because his 9 berserk lion transformation bloodline secret technique would definitely have a time limit no matter how long it lasted. However, Yi Xian's 9 demonic ape transformations didn't have a time limit and had already been deduced to perfection. In fact, if necessary, Bao Yuan could kill the bloodthirsty war lion in a short period of time with his Skyfall Bao. However, he did not want to reveal his trump card so soon. All in all, there was no need to worry about the battle between Bao Yuan and the bloodthirsty war lion. There would be no suspense in the outcome, as Bao Yuan left to fight the bloodthirsty war lion. The skeleton and black mist doppelganger in the vast blood sea turned to look at the Alliance headquarters. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, faint sounds of breaking through the air were heard. Almost 100 figures rushed out from the planet's atmosphere. All of them were high-ranking members of the Star Alliance. Their leaders were the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock, both first-order desolate supremacy. 25 primordial supremacies followed closely behind them. Screech. At this moment, the skeleton doppelganger suddenly raised its head and let out a ferocious roar. Before the roar died down, its body had already turned into a purple gold light and punched forward. Damn it, this guy is targeting us again. What the hell? This is the 3rd time. The 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock trembled when they saw the skeleton doppelganger throwing a punch at them. Their expressions changed drastically as they cried out in alarm. At this moment, the two of them had completely lost their minds. They even felt resentment towards the bloodthirsty war lion. It was fine that the Star Alliance was independent, but they had to declare that the Magic Hall would release the Blood Dragon, Azure Rock, and War Lion clans immediately. Otherwise, they would start a war. This guy was the cosmic ferocious ape, famous for its bad temper. Did he attract the enemy's attention? Although the Star Alliance's strength had skyrocketed, they were still no match for the Magic Hall. At least in terms of high-end battle strength, it was definitely not enough. 3 desolate venerable level battle strength was simply not enough to be put in the eyes of others. On the other hand, the blood-devouring war lion had the battle prowess of a 7th order desolate venerable. Even if he fought the Blood Sea Avatar alone, he was not afraid at all. However, the two of them were clearly implicated. Even if they fought the Blood Sea Avatar side by side, they would definitely be tortured. Counting the previous 2 times, wasn't this the 3rd time? Unfortunately, this was the Star Alliance's headquarters, and all of the Bloodrakes and Cyan Rocks were already here. Even if they wanted to escape, it was impossible. No matter how depressed he was, he could only grit his teeth and endure, roar. Screech. In their grief and indignation, the 9-headed blood dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock each raised their heads and let out an earth-shattering roar and roar. Then they rushed out side by side and faced the skeleton avatar that was punching at them. The 2 old men's faces darkened at the sight of the avatar's murderous aura. They'd thought that the bloodthirsty warlion's arrival with the Bloodrakes, Rocks, and War Lions was a cause for celebration for them and the Star Alliance. He could finally hold his head high. But the truth was, the Star Alliance's overall strength had indeed increased, but they were still no match for the Magic Hall. And for the 2 of them, the migration of the Bloodrakes and the other tribes was a shackle they couldn't shake off. They had been beaten twice by the master of the Magic Hall, but at least they could escape. But now, it was impossible for him to escape. Thinking about it carefully, he was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them passed by each other. Facing the skeleton doppelganger that was coming at them with a murderous aura, the 9-headed blood dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock did not dare to face it head-on. Now that they had leaped forward, they just wanted to lure the skeleton doppelganger away, so that their clansmen in the Alliance Star sector behind them would not be implicated. The moment they passed by each other, the 9-headed blood dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock pushed the power in their bodies to the extreme, but they didn't attack. Instead, they defended with all their strength. They didn't even dare to face the skeleton avatar's attack head-on. They tried to avoid it as much as possible. Oh woo, oh woo. After the loud noise, 2 miserable howls rang out. The back of the 9-headed blood dragon's head was swollen with a huge bloody bump, which looked extremely frightening. The left side of the Cyan Sky Rock's chest was also swollen. A large number of cyan feathers fell off, revealing the pale golden skin. It was a ghastly sight. Although they were severely injured and wished they could turn around and leave immediately, this time, the 2 old men could not help themselves. After rushing tens of millions of miles away, they suppressed the grief and anger in their hearts and turned their heads to look at the skeleton doppelganger. In order to draw him away and prevent their clansmen in the star area from suffering, their hearts were bleeding, but they had to force anger on their faces. They raised their heads and roared endlessly, roar. Screech. Bao Yuan, your skeleton avatar isn't very good. It's too weak. Its punch is so soft and weak. It's like scratching an itch, that's right. If you have the ability, scratch me a few more times. I'm feeling uncomfortable all over. Swish. Boom. Rumble. Before the voice died away, the skeleton avatar's eyes flashed, and its entire figure disappeared in the distant void in an instant. Almost at the same time, it appeared between the 9-headed blood dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock. Without saying a word, it directly punched out. Currently, Yi Xian's cultivation had already reached the 7th order of the desolate ancient sovereign. If he were to add on the fact that his 60 million kilometer long flesh peak and his boundless vitality would increase his cultivation by 1 level, his true combat strength would already be comparable to a desolate sovereign of the 8th step. An 8th order desolate venerable against a 1st order desolate venerable, even if it was 1 against 2, as long as the opportunity was right, there was a possibility of killing the opponent in 1 blow. The reason why the skeleton avatar was staring at the 9-headed blood dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock was because of this purpose. These were 2 primordial supremes. If they could be killed in a battle, Yi Xian would instantly obtain 2 desolate venerable blood essences. The significance was simply too great. Even he couldn't help but feel excited. However, these 2 old fellows were all old foxes who had lived from the primordial era to the current era. In addition, the big-headed black rod and the 9-colored flames sea were not in the skeleton avatar's hands. Even if Yi Xian's current combat strength was comparable to an 8th-order Desolate Venerable, it was still not easy to kill them all in one battle. It could even be said that it was a small probability. It required the elements of opportunity and timing, therefore, at this moment, he was not in a hurry at all. The skeleton avatar's divine sense firmly locked onto the 9-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock, not letting go of any details. He was waiting for the best opportunity to strike, and then he would kill them in one blow. Chapter 48:13. At the edge of the Star Alliance's planetary system, a large number of fortresses were erected in the void. None of them dared to make the slightest movement. In front of the fortresses were the 9-headed blood Wyrm and the Garuda Peng, followed by nearly 100 figures. They were all high-ranking members of the Star Alliance. Among them, there were 25 great beings from the various races in the second universe, and the rest were universe masters and universe supremes. These fellows were all high and mighty existences in their respective clans. Usually, they would look at others with their dark nostrils. But now, they were all shrinking their necks and trembling in fear. It was obvious that they were scared out of their wits. These 25 great beings from the primordial era were all brought here by blood-devouring lion from the second universe. They had never seen the Master of Magic Hall before. Although he was well known these days, it was completely different from seeing him with their own eyes. Now, the Master of Magic Hall was domineering. The moment he appeared, he waved his hand and produced a blood sea. The 3 blood sea bodies were all late-stage desolate masters of the 7th order of the primordial era, and together with the majestic power of blood in his huge body, their combat power was comparable to that of an 8th-stage desolate master. Even the blood-devouring war lion fell into a disadvantageous position as soon as the battle began after it was lured away by the violent ape, one of the 3 blood sea clones. Even though it wasn't reduced to only being able to parry and not have the ability to counterattack, it wasn't far off. As for 9-headed blood dragon and cyan sky rock, who were only first-stage desolate masters, they were even more miserable. The moment they met, one of them had a swelling on the back of his head, and the other had a bald chest. However, in order to lure away the skeleton body of the Master of Magic Hall, they had to suppress their anger and take the initiative to provoke him. This tragic scene moved the nearly 100 high-level members of various races in front of the fortress army in the Star Alliance Star Sector. The group of Universe Masters and Universe Supremes blushed, and they were so excited that their chests rose and fell. They turned to look at each other and exclaimed, "Blood Dragon Ancestor and Cyan Sky Rock Ancestor are so righteous." In order to protect our race, they didn't hesitate to face violent ape skeleton body and bear the pressure alone to lure it away. This is the demeanor of an ancestor of a clan. He has such a noble demeanor. 31. Today's battle was won by the Master of the Magic Hall. Even if the 3 desolate supremes of the Star Alliance are heavily injured, they will still be able to rise again in the future. That's right. Our clansmen will never be swayed by such an ancestor. No matter how cruel the Master of the Magic Hall is, he won't be able to subdue us. It's a pity that the 3 ancestors only managed to lure away the Magic Hall Master's flesh and bone clones. However, the Magic Hall Master has 3 blood sea clones, and that Black Mist clone is extremely powerful as well. If we let him rush over without the ancestor stopping him, the painstaking efforts of the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and War Lion ancestor would have been wasted. Once they are able to survive this battle, they will definitely pursue this matter. It's a pity that we are only Universe Masters and Universe Supremes. Even if we fight side by side, we won't be a match for that Black Mist clone. We won't even be able to withstand a single finger from him. We will all be annihilated instantly. Sigh. If only I had the combat power of a desolate supremacy right now. Even if I was only a great being from the primordial era, with dozens of great beings attacking together, we would definitely be able to stop the Black Mist clone of the Master of the Magic Hall Master. Alas, it's a pity that the 3 ancestors took such painstaking efforts just to protect the countless clansmen behind them whose cultivation and strength were insufficient. Now, it's impossible for them to defy the heavens, and all their efforts and sacrifices will be in vain. It's truly sorrowful. As they spoke, the dozens of Universe Masters and Universe Supremes were choking with sobs. They all turned to look at the 25 great beings from the primordial era standing in the void space before them. It was obvious that they were hinting at the 25 great beings to act quickly and lure away the last black mist clone of the Master of the Magic Hall Master's 3 Blood Sea clones. This was to prevent the clansmen behind them from being caught in the crossfire. Howl. You bunch of fellows. The war has just begun, and you're already crying? A bunch of trash. Howl. 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 Not far from the void space in front of them, the faces of the 25 great beings from various clansmen were all green and white. They all looked embarrassed and angry, and they all roared at the top of their lungs. Before their roars died away, they turned to exchange a look. Grief and indignation appeared on their faces, and they braced themselves and rushed forward one after another. In their hearts, they hated the dozens of universe masters and universe supremes behind them to the core. These fellows were obviously saying this on purpose. This was an overt scheme. They were forcing them to take the thunder in front of countless great beings of the Alliance. Unfortunately, even if they knew this, there was nothing they could do about the current situation. They could only brace themselves and go to their deaths. Otherwise, whether or not blood-devouring war lion, nine-headed blood dragon, and cyan sky rock could survive this battle, they would never be able to return to the Star Alliance or their clansmen in the future. They would be isolated and despised by everyone. Howl. At this moment, the black fog body in the void space hundreds of millions of miles ahead let out an earth-shattering howl as soon as it saw the 25 great beings of the Star Alliance rush out from the void space. The vicious howl was filled with boundless excitement and excitement. Yi Xian's real target this time was actually the 25 great beings of the Star Alliance who had come to this fragment of the void space not long ago. In his eyes, these were 25 pieces of blood essence of great beings. Now, he only had 5 level, 29 Desolation Supreme pills left, but he still had 9 pieces of blood essence of great beings. However, only 9 pieces of blood essence of great beings were enough to make a few Desolation Supreme pills. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't plan to start the process right away. He wanted to collect more blood essence of great beings. If he could kill all 25 great beings of the Star Alliance who had just arrived, he would have 34 pieces of blood essence of great beings. In that case, he would have a total of 34 blood essences in his possession. Among them, there were even a few that were refined from the blood essence of the 9th stage cultivators after their bodies exploded. In this way, if there were no accidents, he would be able to refine at least 30 level 29 Desolate Supreme treasure pellets from these 34 almighty blood essences. This was definitely a sure thing. Because of this, Yi Xian didn't even take the 9-colored sea of flames with him when he fought the 9-headed blood dragon and cyan sky rock on his own. Because killing the 9-headed blood dragon and cyan sky rock was a secondary goal for him. Now, he left the 9-colored sea of flames for the black fog body. As soon as it was released, it would be able to trap the 25 great beings of the primordial era who were hundreds of millions of miles away in the void space. Once the black fog body rushed into the sea of flames, the primordial era beings of the Star Alliance would be like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Chapter 48-14. Whoosh. Phew, boom. Rumble. With a sharp sound of breaking air, the black mist avatar's shoulders shook and its entire body disappeared. When it reappeared, it had crossed hundreds of millions of miles in an instant and was in the void not far from the 25 primordial era great beings of the Star Alliance. A cold light flashed in the black mist avatar's eyes. With a wave of his hand, a faint 9-colored light like a firefly shot out and expanded in the wind, turning into a vast sea of 9-colored flames. In the void, whistling sounds were incessant, accompanied by an incomparably deep rumbling sound. The 9-colored sea of flames that suddenly appeared spread out like mercury, sweeping in from all directions and dyeing a large part of the void of the universe. All of this happened too fast. The 25 primordial era great beings of the Star Alliance who rushed out from the void in front of them did not expect the black mist avatar to have such a vast sea of 9-colored flames. They were only primordial era great beings. Even the 2 most powerful existences among them were only Great Perfection rank 9 mighty beings, which was the half-step Desolate Supremacy. The Black Mist avatar that attacked at this time was a 7th stage Desolate Master, whose battle strength was comparable to an 8th stage desolate master. The difference in strength between them was too great. With the Black Mist Avatar's sudden attack, they could not react in time. When they came back to their senses, the 25 primordial era great beings and the vast void of 200 million miles around them had been completely enveloped by the spherical 9-colored sea of flames. The interior of this huge sphere was their cage. There was no way to escape because no matter which direction they tried to break through, they would come into contact with the 9-colored sea of flames. That was a definite death sentence. Turning their heads to look, all they could see were 9-colored flames rising endlessly from all directions. The sky, the earth, and the void were all connected together. They were completely trapped by this sea of flames. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 25 primordial era great beings came to an abrupt halt. Their bodies shook violently, and their expressions changed. They cried out in horror, revealing endless despair. 9-colored sea of flames? Heavens, this is the Shinong 9-colored flame. We've been tricked. This guy's real target isn't the blood-devouring war lion, the 9-headed blood dragon, or the azure sky rock, but us. That's right, his black fog avatar's combat power is comparable to a rank 8 desolate supremacy. It's more than enough to deal with 25 of us, but he left behind the 9-colored flame sea, which is very important to the other 2 battlefields. This is clearly overkill. None of this makes sense. The only explanation is that he wants to use this 9-colored sea of flames to seal all of us. This way, when he starts the slaughter, he can prevent the other powerful beings from escaping. He's clearly trying to annihilate all of us. What is the master of the magic hall scheming? He didn't want the 3 powerful beings from the primordial era, but left the 9-colored sea of flames for the Black Mist clone to deal with us. He's F***king bullying us. Fellow Taoists, stop howling. Look, he's already charging over. This old man is unwilling. Roar. Roar, screech. The 25 primordial masters of the Star Alliance finally realized the danger they were in. Despair gripped their hearts, and with the threat of death looming over them like never before, they threw their heads back and roared. They were filled with unwillingness. In the midst of this earth-shattering roar, a black shadow appeared out of nowhere not far from them. But after a flash, it disappeared from where it was. At this moment, the 25 powerful beings from the remote antiquity era who were trapped in the sphere of the 9-colored fire ocean felt chills running down their spines. The unknown fear made their scalps numb. They looked around nervously, feeling as if they were about to be attacked by an enemy. Whoosh! Boom! Almost in the next moment, a faint sound of something breaking through the air was heard. A black shadow suddenly appeared behind one of the powerful beings. It wasn't as large as 60 million kilometers as before because that was too big for assassination. This was just a group of mighty figures from the primordial era that were like ants. Even if the Black Fog Avatar gave up on the augmentation of 1 rank from the boundless blood and chi in his massive body, he was still a rank 7 desolate supremacy. Crushing this group of mighty figures from the primordial era was just like crushing a group of ants. Saying that it was a tiger and a flock of sheep would be an exaggeration. At this moment, the black shadow that appeared behind the primordial era's great being was only a few feet tall, but the aura it exuded was terrifying. The moment it appeared, the primordial era's great being, who was its first target, felt his scalp explode. He opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, he would never have the chance. As soon as the Black Mist clone appeared, it stretched out its right fist. There was not the slightest bit of energy, and the simple punch directly landed on the primordial era's great being's back. After a huge explosion, the primordial era's great being exploded. It was all too unexpected. As the earth-shattering explosion rang out, the feral beast didn't even have the chance to react before its body turned into a cloud of blood mist that rapidly spread. Whoosh! The Black Mist clone waved its hand at once. An incomparably majestic and invisible force rolled out of its body, covering a radius of 10 million kilometers. It swept up all the blood mist that had just spread and absorbed it into its body. After the battle, it would send it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron. And so, it began to condense blood essence. It only took half a breath to complete all of this. Just as half a breath passed, the black mist clone's figure disappeared. When it reappeared in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of another primordial era's great being 100 million kilometers away. At this moment, the primordial era's great being was looking back warily. After all, the being who had just fallen had been caught off guard and blown up by the black mist clone's punch that suddenly appeared behind him. Under his habitual thinking, he reflexively believed that if the black mist clone's target was him this time, it would definitely appear behind him. Although he wasn't confident that he could escape, his strong desire to live still made him focus all of his attention on the area behind him. Unfortunately, the black mist clone didn't play by the rules. When the primordial era's great being turned around, it just so happened to appear in front of the primordial era's great being. Moreover, it was so quiet that not a single movement or energy spread out. Boom! Pfft! By the time the primordial era's great being sensed danger and realized that something was wrong, the black mist clone had already raised its hand again and lightly punched out, smashing into the primordial era's great being's chest. There was no suspense at all. As a huge explosion rang out, the primordial era's great being turned into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist in the blink of an eye. Chapter 48:15. Swish. As the second target exploded into a mist of blood, the black mist clone waved his hand, and an incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from his body, enveloping a radius of millions of miles. The majestic blood mist that had just spread out was all swept up by him, absorbed into his body, and sent to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron after the battle. Just like that, he began to condense blood essence. This time, it only took him half a breath. After the successful attack, the black mist clone disappeared again in the blink of an eye. This scene frightened the other great beings of the primordial era. There were only 25 of them in total, and now 2 of them had been killed in less than 3 breaths. It was as if they were vegetables. If this continued, they would all be wiped out in less than half an incense stick of time. If this continued, they would definitely be defeated one by one in a short period of time. With these thoughts flashing through their minds, the remaining 23 great beings of the primordial era turned to look at each other in horror, exchanging glances with each other. Swish! Before they could communicate with each other through divine sense, with a weak sound of breaking through the air, the black mist clone, which was only about 10 feet tall, appeared hundreds of millions of miles away in the blink of an eye, right on the right side of the third great being of the primordial era. Screech! This time, the great being of the primordial era immediately felt the arrival of danger. Before the black mist clone could make a move, his body suddenly trembled, and in a mixture of shock and fear, he raised his head and let out an incomparably mournful howl. Bang! Puff! Unfortunately, all of this could not change anything. Before he could finish his howl, the black mist clone had already made his move. It was still a simple punch, smashing into the right shoulder of the great being of the primordial era. The next scene was as expected. After a huge explosion, a muffled puff sound was heard, and the great being of the primordial era turned into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist in the blink of an eye. Swish! This was already the third target, but he still could not withstand the blow of the black mist clone. His entire body exploded into a bloody mist, and the black mist clone immediately waved his hand. An incomparably majestic and invisible force swept out from his body, enveloping a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The majestic blood mist that had just spread out was all swept up by him. He kept it in his body and sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron after the battle to start the blood essence condensation. In a short period of time, 3 powerful Desolate Era experts fell. Their bodies exploded, turning into a bloody mist that was collected by the black mist clone. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Such powerful existences, yet not a single hair was left behind. Roar! Screech! Ruthless, 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 all of this was too horrifying. The remaining 22 powerful beings of the remote antiquity had long been scared out of their wits. They roared in horror and anger, and subconsciously gathered together, trying to protect each other. At the same time, divine consciousness voices filled with fear and shock rang out, reverberating endlessly in this sealed void that was enveloped by the 9-colored sea of flames. Damn it, this is the rhythm of slaughtering all of us. Everyone, gather together. We can't let him attack us one by one like this. Otherwise, none of us will be able to escape. We will all die here today. Is it useful to gather together? The difference in strength was like a natural chasm that could not be crossed. However, at this moment, the surrounding void was enveloped by the Shinong Flame Sea, and there was no way to escape. This time, we were in a situation of certain death. This is the end. Master of the Magic Hall, is there no turning back for today's matter? There is no unresolvable enmity between us, we can all sit down and talk about it. That's right, the Star Alliance does not have to be independent of the Magic Hall. The bloodthirsty war lion was just being impulsive. We promise that we can persuade him and let the Star Alliance return to the embrace of the Magic Hall. That's right, from now on, we will never be unwavering. As they finished speaking, the 22 almighty figures of the primordial era were practically begging. Dignified almighty figures were begging for mercy right now, and it was obvious how strong the terror and despair in their hearts were. However, none of this could move Yi Xian. At this moment, he was standing in the space of the universe that was 50,000 kilometers away. His figure was still only around 3 m tall, yet his small figure was suffused with an aura of supremacy that couldn't be withstood, and he looked down upon the world. Hearing the pleas of these pitiful beings, the Black Mist doppelganger's eyes flashed with disdain and mockery. He replied indifferently, "There is no need, the Magic Hall is not a place where anyone can come and go as they please. You only have one chance, and I have already given it to you. Since you have given up, there is only one outcome for you, death." Xiao. Before the last word had even fallen, his figure had already strangely disappeared amidst a sharp sound of breaking through the air. In less than half a breath's time, he had crossed the distance of hundreds of millions of miles and appeared in front of the group of powerful beings of the remote antiquity era. In a short period of time, the 22 surviving powerful beings of the remote antiquity era had gathered together in endless fear. Like frightened trapped beasts, they huddled together in a corner to seek shelter. Now, the Black Mist doppelganger's figure flashed and shot out. He had no intention of dodging at all and directly rushed in front of these people. After his figure came to an abrupt stop, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the Black Mist doppelganger, and he immediately punched out. At the same time, a domineering voice of divine sense resounded in this sealed void. "Didn't you want to huddle together to seek shelter? This is good, it saves me the trouble, I'll just kill you all together." Boom! Rumble! Before the voice of the divine sense had finished, the Black Mist doppelganger had already stretched out his arm and punched out. This time, he used all his strength. The energy was raging, and the momentum was too majestic. Wherever his fist passed, the void exploded with thunderous sounds and shattered inch by inch. It was clear that he wanted to kill all 22 powerful beings of the remote antiquity era with a single punch. Among this group of people, the most powerful beings were only 2 half-step desolate masters of the remote antiquity era who were at the great perfection of rank 9. However, the Black Mist doppelganger was a rank 7 desolate master. Even if it was 1 against 22, if they did not dodge, the punch would be enough to wipe them all out. Roar. Screech. Screech, lunatic. This guy is a lunatic. Heavens, he wants to kill 22 powerful beings of the remote antiquity era with a single punch. Such a terrifying method of killing was unheard of even in the distant remote antiquity era. This is a true god of slaughter. Run, what are you still standing here for? This old man has just said that the difference in strength is too great. Even if we were to gather together, it would be meaningless. Just as the other party said, this way, it would save him a lot of trouble. This is clearly the rhythm of annihilating all of us with a single punch. Screech. Why is this happening? I can't accept this. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 48:16. Rumble, bang. Pooh. Pooh, piu, piu. Cries of despair came from the front, but the black fog avatar did not move at all. A cold light flashed in its eyes as it pushed its cultivation to the limit. With a punch, the sky changed color, and the void shattered inch by inch with a low rumble of thunder. Following that, after a series of earth-shattering bangs, there was a continuous and muffled pu-pu-pu sound, the 22 primordial age of antiquity beings shrieked in despair when they saw the fist of the black mist clone. Then, they fled in all directions with horrified expressions on their faces. However, they were only primordial era experts and could not be compared to the 7th Order primordial era's Black Fog Avatar. The Black Fog Avatar was already in front of them, and with a punch, its speed was incomparably fast. Although most of the 22 primordial era experts fled in all directions, there were still a few unlucky fellows who were a step too slow. There were a total of 7 primordial era experts. In fact, compared to the other 15 primordial era experts, they were only half a step slower, but that half a step was enough to decide their life and death. The Black Fog Avatar attacked for the 4th time, and although it was still a simple punch, the momentum was clearly different from before. It was no longer a sneak attack that caught him off guard. Instead, it was an open and above-board attack in front of him, an all-out attack. Rumbling sounds shook the sky, and there were even muffled sounds that made one's hair stand on end. There was no suspense in the scene before them. After the loud explosion, the 7 primordial era experts who were half a step too slow and could not escape in time turned into a bloody mist in the blink of an eye, and quickly spread out, shio. Although the majestic power of this attack was divided among the 7 primordial era experts, they still could not withstand the Black Fog Avatar's attack, and their bodies exploded into bloody mist. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and there was no way to make up for it with numbers. As the 7 blood mists exploded, the Black Fog clone immediately waved his hand. An incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from his body, enveloping a radius of tens of millions of kilometers. The majestic blood mists that had just spread out were all swept up by him. After the battle, he would send it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, and then, he would use the blood essence condensation. At this point, the Black Fog Avatar had killed a total of 10 primordial era experts in a short span of 10 breaths. On average, it was 1 primordial era expert per breath. This was absolutely terrifying. The remaining 15 primordial era experts who were fleeing in all directions were already trembling in fear, and their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. They did not dare to stop, and they continued to move at high speed in this void that was hundreds of millions of miles of space sealed by the 9-colored sea of flames. It was as if this would allow them to avoid a calamity. To them, this short span of 10 breaths was definitely the most terrifying moment of their lives, but to Yi Xian, it was a wonderful moment that he had never experienced before. In 10 breaths, he had obtained 10 blood essences of primordial era experts. This was simply unimaginable in the past. Thinking back, in order to obtain a single blood essence of a primordial era expert, he had to put in a lot of effort, secretly set up an ambush, and even had to go through a great battle before he could obtain it. Compared to now, everything back then was like a lifetime ago. This was the beauty of great strength. It made Yi Xian's Tao heart firmer, and unknowingly, his state of mind had improved a little in this wonderful experience. But this was far from the end. Of the 25 primordial era experts of the Star Alliance, he would not let any of them go today. Every one of them represented the birth of a 29th level desolate sovereign pill. It was of great significance, and there was no room for error. Right now, he had only killed 10 out of the 25 powerful figures from the remote antiquity era. Only 40% of them were left. 15 of them were still fleeing in this sealed void that was hundreds of millions of miles wide like trapped beasts, waiting for him to reap their lives. Whoosh! A sharp sound rang out as the black mist avatar disappeared from where he stood. In less than half a breath, he had traversed 200 million miles and arrived on the other side of the void. Although the last 15 primordial era almighty beings did not dare to gather together again, they basically stayed in this area. They did not dare to get too close to the Black Fog Avatar, for fear that they would become the next target of the Black Fog Avatar. Although everyone would die in the end, if they could die later, no one would be willing to be the first to die. What if a miracle happened in the next instant? Bang! Pfft! Unfortunately, there was no miracle this time. As soon as the Black Fog Avatar appeared, it had already made its move. It was still a simple punch, but it had calculated the direction and angle of the punch. This time, it did not move at all. It stayed where it was. When the punch was thrown, the black mist avatar's body, which was only a few feet tall, was propelled forward by the violent energy of the punch. It was as fast as a shooting star. There were 5 primordial era experts at different distances in the black mist avatar's path, some close, some far away. There was no suspense in what happened next. After a huge explosion, there was a muffled thump as a punch was thrown. The black mist doppelganger instantly passed through the towering body of the primordial era great being. The primordial era expert's body turned into a bloody mist in the blink of an eye, but the black mist avatar's momentum was still there. It could even be said that the primordial era expert was completely unaffected. Whoosh, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Following that, in the short span of a breath, the other 4 targets in the path of this punch were also unable to withstand the attack of the black fog clone. Their entire bodies exploded into a bloody mist, and they died just like that, their bodies and souls annihilated. It was only at this time that the black mist avatar stopped abruptly in the void of the universe hundreds of millions of miles away. With a wave of his hand, an incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from his body, enveloping the vast void of hundreds of millions of miles behind him. It swept up the majestic blood mist that had just spread out and sent it into his body. After the battle, he would send it to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space in the cauldron to start the refinement of blood essence. In the blink of an eye, another 5 primordial era experts had fallen. With their deaths, the number of blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had soared to 24. Presently, there were only 10 supreme figures of the primordial era left. Once all 10 were annihilated, the objective of this battle would be considered to have been perfectly accomplished. Chapter 48:17. Bang! Pfft! Unfortunately, there was no miracle this time. As soon as the figure of the black fog clone appeared, it had already made a move. It was still a simple punch, but it had accurately calculated the direction and angle of the punch. With one blow, another 5 powerful beings of the primordial era fell in an instant, and with their deaths, there were only 10 powerful beings of the primordial era left in this void that was trapped by the 9-colored flame sea. According to the style of his previous punch, with one punch, his body would shoot forward like a meteor and instantly penetrate 5 powerful beings of the primordial era. Now, the 10 surviving powerful beings could be completely wiped out in 2 blows, ending the rhythm of the battle. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 10 surviving powerful beings of the primordial era were so frightened that their bodies trembled again. After turning their heads and exchanging a look, they were shocked and cried out involuntarily, "Damn it, not only can we not gather together, we can't even stay in the same area." His divine sense is too powerful, and his calculation ability is amazing. His punch can produce the effect of the heart-piercing chain. Spread out immediately. Whoever is picked by him is unlucky, but is this useful? In less than half an incense's time, there are only 10 of the 25 powerful beings of the primordial era left. Even if we are struggling at death's door, how long can we last? Why don't we gather together and self-destruct at the same time? Since we are going to die anyway, let's fight it out with him. T. He is a late-stage desolate supremacy, and we are only 10 powerful beings. Even if we self-destruct, it won't hurt him at all, and it will save him some energy. If you want to die, then go ahead and deliver yourselves to me. This old man will not accept his fate until the very last moment. Even if I am going to die, I will not end my own life. I need him to do something to take this old man's life. Roar. I don't want to. Screech. Boom. Pfft. As these cries and screams filled with endless despair resounded, the last 10 surviving powerful beings of the primordial era no longer dared to gather in one area. They each chose a direction and scattered in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the black fog clone smiled, revealing a look of disdain and mockery that was so thick that it could not be dispersed. He was only around 10 feet tall, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of one of the primordial era beings. Without the slightest hesitation, the moment his figure appeared, he immediately stretched out his arm and punched out. The void trembled, and there was a low buzzing sound. There was no suspense in what happened next. After a huge explosion, there was a muffled thud, and the primordial era mighty figure turned into a red mist of blood that quickly spread out. Swish. This guy's cultivation level was not weak. He was one of the 2 half-step desolate supremacies among the 25 mighty beasts. However, even so, he was still unable to withstand the Black Fog Avatar's attack. His entire body exploded into a bloody mist and dissipated. The Black Fog Avatar immediately waved his hand, and a majestic invisible force rolled out from his body, covering a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The majestic bloody mist that had just spread out was all swept up by him. After the battle, he would send it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space to start the blood essence condensation process. This scene once again shocked the other 9 mighty beasts. In their opinion, the fall of the first of the 10 remaining mighty beasts was clearly the beginning of the final massacre for the Black Fog Avatar. Soon, this unprecedented and terrifying massacre would come to an end. When that time came, they would no longer exist. Their countless years of arduous cultivation would all be collected by the Black Fog Avatar with a wave of his hand. And the majestic bloody mist that would definitely be used after the battle. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the last remaining 9 mighty beasts began to tremble. At this moment, the incomparably intense fear of death had completely destroyed their minds. Begging and pleading voices rang out again, "Lord Demon Lord, must you kill us all? No matter what you need the bloody mist from our bodies for, now that only 9 of the 25 mighty beasts are left. Isn't it enough to harvest 16 of them? If that's really the case, we are willing to submit. We can swear an oath that we will never betray you. Otherwise, we will be destroyed by the heavens and earth. Furthermore, we will definitely kill another primordial mighty for you, Lord Demon Lord, to make up for the loss of our lives. This is a win-win deal. 9 primordial mighty beasts, although your magic hall is powerful, you are the only one who is strong. Do you have any primordial mighty beasts? Once the 9 of us join, the magic hall's power structure will be more reasonable. That's right, Lord Demon Lord, this is a win-win situation. We will not let you suffer any losses. If Lord Demon Lord agrees, we will immediately swear an oath to withdraw from the Star Alliance and join the magic hall, pledging our lives to you." Roar. The Black Mist doppelganger was about to charge at one of the dire beasts when he heard these words, but stopped abruptly in midair. Originally, he had planned to kill all 25 dire beasts of the Star Alliance in this battle. But now that he heard these 9's suggestion, he was a little tempted. Originally, he only had 9 blood essences in his possession. After killing 9 ferocious beast almighties in this battle, the number of blood essences in his possession had increased to 25. Although killing these 9 fellows would increase the number to 34, if they were left behind, the effect would obviously be greater. As for more blood essences, he could always make a trip to the Alliance of 10,000 Races, where 24 primordial mighty beasts of the first universe's former slave races had arrived. After all, the captive army of the 5 legions under the Magic Hall was now composed of captives from the Blood Wyrm, Azure Rock, and Battle Lion races. And these 9 primordial mighty beasts just so happened to be from these 3 races, 3 from each race. If they joined, not only would the countless captives of the Blood Wyrm, Azure Rock, and Battle Lion races in the captive army settle down, but these 9 old fellows would also be completely loyal. After all, although they had submitted to save their own lives, when they came to the Magic Hall in the future and saw so many of their clansmen living a good life and improving their cultivation strength, their feelings for the Blood Wyrm and the other 3 races would gradually fade. When that time comes, it would be equivalent to the 9 of them leading a branch of their own race to live in the Magic Hall, living and developing better than their original clansmen. That way, they would naturally be loyal. At this thought, the Black Mist doppelganger's eyes flashed with a cold light. He nodded immediately and spoke with his consciousness, "That's fine too. My Magic Hall happens to have countless members of the Blood Wyrm, Azure Rock, and Battle Lion races. In the future, you will be their ancestors and lead them. What are you waiting for? Swear an oath, I can change my mind at any time." Chapter 48:18. Once the decision was made, the Avatar's expression darkened. "What are you dawdling for? Make the oath, I can change my mind at any time." The joy came so quickly that the 9 remote antiquity experts from the Blood Flood Dragon clan, the Cyan Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan were stunned. Tight. Their faces lit up with ecstasy. Without the slightest hesitation, they all swore the oath. From now on, they would have nothing to do with the Blood Wyrm, Azure Pang, and Battle Lion clans. From now on. From this moment on, they were under the command of the Magic Hall, the master of Magic Hall's most trusted subordinates. Whoosh! After the cut, the black fog avatar waved its hand. In a flash. In an instant, the 9-color flame sea that shrouded the vast void of hundreds of millions of miles condensed in an instant. In less than a second, it turned into a weak firefly. It shot into the forehead of the black fog avatar and disappeared. While at this moment, with the disappearance of the 9-colored sea of flames, the scene outside the sealed space within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers could finally be seen clearly. The 9 mighty figures of the 3 clans, who had already gathered together in the rapid shooting, turned their heads and looked around in confusion. As the scene in the void around them entered their vision, they actually had the illusion that a lifetime had passed. There is no need for you to participate in this battle. However, since I have come to the Star Alliance, I cannot return empty-handed. The Black Mist doppelganger finally turned to face the 9 of them. Its eyes flashed with a cold light as it spoke through consciousness. The Star Alliance's fleet is up ahead. The 9 of you, attack immediately. Each of you will take 10 million strongholds, large or small, as proof of your allegiance to me. The 9 primordial ancients were stunned, but they didn't show any signs of resistance. They had already made the oath, there was no turning back. For example, today, Yi Xian had ordered them to seize 10 million strongholds from each of their clans in front of the Star Alliance. Although it was embarrassing, it was a good thing. At least they would no longer have any hope of returning to their clans. Roar. Hiss. At this point, the 9 heads exchanged a look. Without hesitation, they threw their heads back and let out a roar of rage. Their auras surged, and with a shake of their shoulders, they charged toward the Star Alliance army at the edge of the Star Alliance's planetary system. Today, the 3 primordial supremes of the Alliance, the blood-devouring lion, the 9-headed blood dragon, and the azure sky rock, were still fighting against Yi Xian's 2 blood sea doppelgangers. All of them were at a disadvantage and the situation was not good. Tiansheng, the most powerful beings of the Star Alliance, were the dozens of universe supremes. Besides, they had provoked the 9 great beings of the 3 races with their words, forcing them to rush into the void with the other great beings of the primordial era. That was how they had ended up in their current state. Yes, therefore, when they saw the 9 powerhouses of the 3 clans who had already betrayed them and rushed towards them with murderous intent, they instantly trembled violently. Their expressions changed drastically, and they all exclaimed in horror, "What's going on? Weren't there still 25 almighty patriarchs half an incense stick of time ago? How long has it been, and there are only 9 left?" Hiss. The Devil Preceptor's Black Mist doppelganger is terrifying. He killed 16 almighty patriarchs in such a short time. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, the Star Alliance is down to 9 almighty patriarchs. This is a shocking massacre. What great beings! These 9 old men have already betrayed us. In order to survive, they have pledged allegiance to the Master of the Magic Hall. Now they are rushing towards us with murderous intent. Are you all blind? Damn it, each of them wants to rob 10 million large and small fortresses as proof of allegiance. Isn't that a total of 10,000 fortresses? These are not ordinary battleships. These are fortresses with diameters of 50,000 meters and 100,000 meters. The Master of the Magic Hall is too cruel. It's useless to say more. Retreat. Return to the star field and leave behind the 90 million fortresses and our people. Otherwise, they will be attracted to the star field. These are our people who have been sacrificed temporarily. We will rescue them in the future. Howl. What are you waiting for? Apart from the designated 90 million fortresses, the rest of the warships are to return to the star field. Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. Rumble. The dozens of Universe Supreme beings and Universe Masters retreated immediately to the Star Alliance's star domain behind them. Their voices were filled with unwillingness to admit defeat. The countless starry sky battleships that had been arrayed at the edge of the star field all opened their kinetic energy cabins at the same time. With an indescribable panic, they quickly retreated towards the interior of the star field. However, there were a total of 90 million fortresses, large and small, as well as countless experts of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, Green Rock clan, and Battle Lion clan within those fortresses. They had become abandoned pawns, and this was something that could not be helped. Otherwise, if the 9 Supremes had not taken the initiative to keep them, these traitorous 9 Supremes would definitely have killed their way into the galactic region to fulfill the request of the Master of Magic Hall. Century their losses would definitely be even more disastrous. At this very moment, the experts of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, Green Rock clan, and Battle Lion clan, who had been abandoned within those 90 million fortresses, were obviously having a mental breakdown. For the clans that they had always believed in, they must have felt a sense of loss and even anger in their hearts at this very moment. This was exactly what Yi Xian wanted to see. Soon, as the 90 million fortresses, large and small, which had been abandoned, sailed towards the star field with unwillingness, the 9 ancient supreme beings, who were originally filled with murderous intent, also stopped immediately. But they all turned to look at Black Fog Body. They were clearly waiting for his next instruction. I have already said that there is no need for you to intervene in this battle. Black Fog Body nodded, obviously very satisfied with this result. After the 9 of them scanned the 90 million fortresses of various sizes that were heading toward them, they nodded and continued, immediately lead this army of fortresses to the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. Tell the Green Bull and the 6-headed Blood Flood Dragon to enlist the 3 races in this army of fortresses into the captive army of the Demonic Palace's 5 armies. As for the fortresses, hand them over to the nomadic army. Boom. Rumble. Roar. Screech. Following his order, the 9 supreme beings of the 3 clans immediately raised their heads and roared violently. Then, they leaped and shot towards the void on the right. In these 90 million fortresses, all the commanders and higher-ups did not dare to make any movements. They obediently gave orders, and all the kinetic energy cabins of the fortresses were fully activated. They followed behind the 9 supreme beings of the 3 clans and drove towards the forbidden land of Rising Sun, where the magic hall was located. Not long after, the army disappeared at the end of the void to the right and was no longer visible. Only then did the eyes of the Black Fog clone flash with a cold light. He turned his head and looked at the 2 battlegrounds in the distance. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 48:19. In the void on the left far away, in a vast land with a radius of 10 billion miles, the Qi was in complete chaos, and endless energy was raging. This was the terrifying scene caused by the fierce battle between 3 powerful primordial supremes. To be precise, among the 3 primordial supremes, 2 of them were being beaten up. They were the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock. The battle had lasted for half the time it took for an incense stick to burn. From the beginning, the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock were in an absolute disadvantage. Although they had more people, they were all 1st-rank Desolate Venerables, while the skeleton avatar they were fighting was 7th-rank Desolate Venerables. And due to the majestic Qi and blood within Pang Da's terrifying body, his true battle strength was enhanced by another level. He had already reached a level where he could stand shoulder to shoulder with a rank 8 Desolate Supremacy. Half an hour the time it took to burn a stick of incense was not long, but it was not short either. The 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock, who were in an absolute disadvantage from the beginning, were in a very sorry state. Their huge bodies were full of blood and swollen lumps, which looked shocking and made people gasp. No. After all, they were powerful primordial supremes, and the skeleton avatar did not have a top-grade treasure like the big-headed black stick, and it did not even control the 9-colored flame sea. Although he could use the fallen sky bow and other supreme theurgies, it was not worth it at all. That was why the skeleton avatar had never used it. Because of this, although the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock were in a very sorry state, they did not die, nor were they seriously injured. These 2 guys were old foxes who had lived from the end of the primordial era to the present, and they had rich battle experience. They could often avoid a thunderous attack at the most critical moment. Even if the skeleton avatar punched with all its strength, it could have killed them in one fell swoop. But in the end, they would only be slightly injured. Big. Although these two old fellows had been beaten black and blue all this while, their bones were still very tough. Perhaps it was because they had been abused more than once, and had long gotten used to it. At this moment, their fighting spirit was high, and they felt as if they were getting braver the more they fought. Yes, to be precise, it should be, the more the battle went on, the braver they got. Roar. Screech, Bao Yuan, it's impossible for this avatar of yours to annihilate me and Qingpeng. You're destined to return empty-handed in today's battle. That's right. Including this time, Xue Jiao and I have been abused by you 3 times. We will remember this debt. In the future, when the other desolate supremacies in the clan wake up one after another, there will be a time to settle the score. Up until now, although they had been tortured quite badly, at least they hadn't been seriously injured. Naturally, they were even further away from the so-called death. Such a result made the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock calm down. They actually started to clamor again, roaring like thunder, shio. Boom. Rumble. Before their roars had even died down, the skeleton avatar turned its head to look at them, and a faint light flashed through its eyes, following which it instantly disappeared into the distance. Several at the same time, he appeared between the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock. Without saying a word, he threw out 2 punches, bang. Bang. Roar. Roar. Caught off guard, the 2 old men were punched again. In an instant, they let out an incomparably mournful howl. This was the full-force attack of a rank 8 desolate supremacy. If it hit them, even if they were rank 1 desolate supremacy, they would still end up exploding and dying. However, these 2 old fellows were too slippery. Their divine sense for danger was too sensitive. Even if this attack was definitely caught off guard, they still managed to dodge to the side at the most critical moment. They weren't even hit by this punch. It was only a slight scratch. Such a result made the skeleton avatar frown again. Just as his shoulders shook and he was about to step forward again to give the 2 old fellows another punch, the skeleton avatar seemed to have sensed something. His figure suddenly paused, and he turned around to look behind him. Shio. At this moment, along with an extremely sharp sound of breaking through the air, a black shadow was shooting over at an extremely fast speed. It was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was already close. It was the black fog avatar of Yi Xian's 3 blood sea avatars. Body. The cultivation aura emanating from it had also reached the 7th stage. Look at that. Seeing this scene, the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock were shocked. They subconsciously raised their heads to look at the edge of the Alliance star field in the distance. In the past 15 minutes, they had been focused on dealing with the skeleton avatar. They had no time to spare the slightest bit of divine sense to pay attention to the situation at the edge of the star field in the distance. Here, when they saw the black fog avatar suddenly shooting over, they realized that something big might have happened over there. On the line, the edge of the Star Alliance's planetary system was completely empty. All of the Alliance's battleships and elites had retreated into the system, but the 9-headed serpent and the cyan rock didn't know that. Such as now that they saw that the edge of the star field, where there was originally a huge warship fleet, had become empty in a short period of time, their hearts trembled, and they immediately roared, roar. Screech, damn you, violent ape, what did your black fog avatar do? Where is the Alliance army under my command? If you dare to hurt my clansmen, I will definitely not let you off for today's matter, Shio. Phew. Before he had a chance to cry out in alarm, the black mist clone that was already over 100 million kilometers away abruptly waved a hand through the air as a cold light flashed through its eyes. With a sharp sound of breaking through the air, a 9-colored light that looked like a firefly soared in the wind. In an instant it turned into a majestic 9-colored flame sea, sweeping toward the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock. If let this flame sea seal around them, coupled with the addition of the black fog avatar, even if these 2 old guys had the cultivation strength of the desolate master, the outcome of today's battle would be unpredictable. Such as, most likely, it was because he was unwilling to die here. Look at that. Seeing this scene, these thoughts flashed in his mind. The nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock, who were about to shoot out, suddenly stopped. Immediately afterward, almost subconsciously, the two of them channeled the power in their body to the extreme at the same time. They tried their best to retreat quickly. You only want to leave now? A faint light flashed in the eyes of the bone avatar, and the extremely cold voice of divine thought came out instantly. Unfortunately, it's too late. Boom. Rumble, hiss. Almost at the same time, tens of thousands of miles behind the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock who were retreating rapidly, a crack suddenly appeared in the void along with the earth-shattering roar of thunder. Two faint sounds of breaking through the air came, then two rays of light shot out from the crack. They expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, they had reached thousands of miles. They were the bloody unicorn and the 9 demon crocodile that had disappeared for a long time. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version reading website, M. Chapter 4820. Boom. Hiss. Tens of thousands of miles away, along with the earth-shattering roar of thunder, a crack suddenly appeared in the void. Two faint sounds of breaking through the air could be heard, and then two fine rays of light shot out from the crack. Under the wind, they had already reached tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, extremely huge. They were the long-lost scarlet unicorn and 9 demon alligator. These two old fellows were the same as the void tortoise, golden divine dragon, and desolate yaksha, supreme experts who had existed since the beginning of the desolate era. Although their cultivation strength was not as strong as the void tortoise and the other peak 9th stage desolate venerables, they had also reached the 7th stage and were late-stage desolate venerables. But, not long ago, their cultivation strength had only recovered to the 4th order desolate venerable realm, which was still quite a distance away from the peak of the 7th order desolate venerable realm. But, now, in just 2 years, these two old fellows had some kind of opportunity, and their cultivation realm had skyrocketed again. Although they had not recovered to the late-stage 7th order, they were already 6th order desolate venerable realm. In terms of realm, compared to Yi Xian's 3 blood sea avatars, they were only 1 level weaker. Dang! However, if the 3 blood sea avatars were to be considered, then even if the current blood-colored Qilin and the 9 demon crocodile were to be restored to the 6th rank desolate venerables, compared to the 3 blood sea avatars, there was still a gap of 2 ranks. If the 3 blood sea avatars were to be considered, if it was just the 2 of them, Yi Xian's 3 blood sea clones would be able to fight 3 against 2. Although they wouldn't be able to kill the blood Qilin and the 9 demon alligator, or even severely injure them, they would still be able to beat them up. But, now, in addition to these 2 old fellows, there was also a 7th order blood-devouring lion, and 2 first-order desolate venerables, the 9-headed blood crocodile and the azure sky rock. It could be said that the situation of the battlefield had a huge reversal in an instant. Previously, Yi Xian had the absolute advantage. With the violent ape holding back the bloodthirsty war lion, the skeleton doppelganger and the black mist doppelganger were fighting the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock. Under such circumstances, coupled with the addition of the 9-colored sea of flames, it was absolutely not impossible to kill the 9-headed blood WYRM and azure sky rock on the spot today. And the possibility of this happening was very high. But now, it was completely different. Although Yi Xian's 3 blood sea avatars had the terrifying battle strength of an 8th level desolate venerable, the other side had 5 desolate venerable level experts, the crimson unicorn, the 9 netherworld demon crocodile, the blood-devouring war lion, the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock. Among them, the blood-devouring war lion had late-stage combat strength, while the blood unicorn and the 9 phantom demon crocodile were only 1 stage away from late-stage stage 7 combat strength. The 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock were more than enough to make up for this difference. If they were to really engage in an all-out battle, the battle strength of both sides would basically be on par. As such, there was no need to continue this battle. Because to Yi Xian, even if he had the upper hand and could not kill one of them, it would be pointless and meaningless to fight. Clang! However, if he were to use the fallen sky bow, not to mention the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock, Even the blood unicorn, the 9 netherworld demon crocodile and the blood-devouring war lion could be killed by his arrow. But that was completely unnecessary. Yi Xian did not want to reveal the fallen sky bow. This was his trump card, and now was not the time to reveal it. Roar. Screech. At this moment, following the sudden arrival, the blood unicorn and the 9 netherworld demon crocodile's consciousness immediately locked onto Yi Xian's skeleton doppelganger and the black mist doppelganger. The energy in their bodies surged, and they each let out a shocking roar and howl. Bao Yuan, after 2 years, we finally meet again. Although your cultivation strength has increased by 1 level, and you are now a late-stage 7th stage Baron Supremacy, but our cultivation has also increased from the 4th stage to the 6th stage. The gap between us has narrowed. We have been looking forward to this battle for a long time, although the 2 of us are still not your match, but if we join forces with the War Lion, the Blood Dragon and the Azure Rock, our overall strength will not be weaker than yours. We have nothing to fear, the 2 of us are rootless duckweeds. From now on, we will stay in the Star Alliance. Bao Yuan, your era is over. With the passage of time, the 5 of us in the Star Alliance are now not weaker than you. In time, when our cultivation strength increases by another level, it will be the time of your magic hall's destruction. Roar, you are just losers. Even if you join forces, it won't change anything. In response to these provocative words, the skeleton doppelganger raised its head and roared angrily. The consciousness doppelganger's voice echoed through the void. Don't forget, although your overall combat strength can already contend with this king's, and even be on par with him, this king is only 1 person, and there are 5 of you. You still have the nerve to be so arrogant? Don't you feel ashamed? As he spoke, he spoke. Here, the skeleton doppelganger turned its head and looked in another direction. 10 billion miles away, Bao Yuan and the blood-devouring war lion were engaged in a fierce battle. The void was in chaos, and even the consciousness doppelganger couldn't detect anything. The intensity of the battle was too strong. There is no need to continue this battle, for I have already achieved my goal. Whoosh! As the skeleton doppelganger finished speaking, it turned its head and looked in the direction of the battle. In the distance, a blood-red light shot towards it. It was the blood-devouring war lion fighting the blood-devouring war lion, Bao Yuan. Walala, with the arrival of Bao Yuan, Yi Xian's 3-blood sea doppelganger instantly collapsed, turning into a rain of blood that merged into the vast blood sea under his feet. Almost at the same time, the vast blood sea also quickly condensed into a point. Then, Bao Yuan, who had just disappeared, once again stepped out of the void. Although his body was only about 3 meters in size, the aura of cultivation that emanated from his body was incomparably majestic. He was actually a 7th-order desolate master. Roar! Bao Yuan, where are you going? Stay and fight for another 800 rounds. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out from a distance in that direction. Anger before the roar fell, the huge figure of the blood-devouring war lion had already appeared from the end of the void. It was thousands of miles long, but it was obviously in a sorry state. Its entire body was covered with swollen blood bags of various sizes. It was a ghastly sight. You have already been tortured by me to this extent, and you still have the face to call yourself arrogant? Looking over, a hint of disdain flashed in Bao Yuan's eyes. He mocked loudly, then he turned around. With a shake of his shoulder, his entire figure turned into a faint light and blasted away at an extremely fast speed. However, his consciousness doppelganger's voice still echoed in the void for a long time. The 5 of you better work harder and raise your cultivation strength. Otherwise, the next time we fight, I will definitely kill 2 or 3 of you. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 48:21. Swoosh, a faint sound of something breaking through the air was heard, and a figure came from afar. It was Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian was in the form of a violent ape, but his body was only about 3 feet tall. He was still in the state of the 9th transformation of the 9 changes of demonic ape, so his aura was at the late stage of the 7th order of the remote antiquity supreme master. Now, the situation in the fragment of untainted land was completely different from a few months ago. Originally among the 5 alliances, the Ferocious Beast Alliance had been eliminated, and the Supreme Holy Land in the hearts of all the ferocious beasts' forbidden areas, which was the Grey Light Ball, had disappeared. It took countless ferocious beasts to the Hongmeng Void. As for the Survivors Alliance, all of them had surrendered to the Magic Hall. Yi Xian already knew about this, but he didn't immediately send all of them to the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, where the Magic Hall was located. By even the Sky River Star Domain was still outside, and the countless experts in the Remnant Star Domain were not in a hurry to receive them immediately. Among the other 3 alliances, he had just visited the Star Alliance. He had killed or surrendered the 25 great beings of the remote antiquity Supreme Master, which had completely collapsed. Although the Survivors Alliance now had 5 desolate masters after the addition of the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 secret demon crocodile, there were only a few desolate masters left. However, there were only a few dozen Universe Supreme beings and Universe Masters below Baron Master. The great beings who were capable of overseeing an area had been cut off. It could be said that there was a shortage of new talents. This, even if the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 secret demon crocodile, the 9 secret demon crocodile, the blood-devouring lion, the 9-headed blood dragon, and the Cyan Sky Rock joined forces, they could fight Yi Xian's 3 bloody sea bodies to a draw. However, considering the safety of countless subordinates in the Star Alliance, they would definitely not start a war in a short time. At least, they would wait until the blood dragon, the Cyan Rock, and the battle lion had moved to the ancestral land, and new great beings of the remote antiquity Supreme Master or great beings had awakened. Once the war started, there would be at least a great being guarding the headquarters of the alliance. Only then would they consider the war against the Magic Hall. After that, there were only 2 alliances left. Human beings. The Human Federation was currently locked in a fierce battle with the newly arrived Heaven's Legacy race, and Yi Xian had no intention of joining in on the fun. At the very least, he had no intention of doing so until he had reaped enough benefits. This is the arrival of the Divination clan could be considered a stroke of bad luck on the part of the Human Federation. They had created a giant wormhole that allowed imperishable stars to pass through, allowing the imperishable 9 stars, the Sky Extinction Palace, and the Temple of Glory, the former headquarters of the 10,000 Net Federation, to arrive smoothly. But because of this, the Celestial Legacy race was also drawn over. Yes, Yi Xian did not plan to get too involved in this matter. He had to destroy the Heaven's Legacy race, but he had no plans to ally with the Human Federation. Although Yi Xian was also a human, he didn't have a good impression of the 2 camps of the human race, be it the Immortal Dynasty of the Science and Technology camp or the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace of the Cultivation camp. For example, the Xianyuan family, the Duanmu family, and the other factions and clans that were originally part of the human race's science and technology camp and were on good terms with Yi Xian had all left the Human Federation and were now in the Sky River Quadrant. For example, therefore, even from an emotional point of view, Yi Xian did not have to care about the Human Federation's survival at all. Moreover, although the Heaven's Legacy race was powerful, the Human Federation was not weak either. Their overall strength was definitely one of the top in this void fragment, and even the Magic Hall could not compare to them. For this reason, in addition, under the command of the Imperial Preceptor of the Eternal Dynasty, heir of the human race's science and technology camp, there was still a powerful army of the mechanical race. Now, it had not been exposed. Based on this point alone, it could be concluded that the true strength of the Human Race Federation had not been displayed at all. Therefore, it was impossible for Yi Xian to be involved in the war between the Human Federation and the Heaven's Legacy race at this time. He would let them fight each other and spend some time in that distant star quadrant first. Apart from the Human Federation, there was only the alliance of 10,000 races left. The alliance of 10,000 races was formed by the slave races of the original first universe. To be honest, the space rats, the hell ants, and the giant ferocious race had once formed an alliance with Yi Xian. But now, the demons, the blood mosquitoes, and the other races and forces that had formed an alliance with Yi Xian were still in the Sky River Quadrant, firmly allied with the victorious Return Army and the Sky River Army under his command. However, the space rats, the hell ants, and the giant ferocious race had long forgotten about their alliance, as if it had never happened at all. This was good too. Otherwise, on account of their friendship in the past, Yi Xian would be too embarrassed to attack the alliance of 10,000 races now. Wrong, his next target was the alliance of 10,000 races. A month ago, the alliance of 10,000 races had received reinforcements from the first universe of the starry sky, and its combat strength had greatly increased. Like the Human Federation and the Star Alliance, it had also announced that it would withdraw from the Magic Hall, and from then on, it would have nothing to do with it. This time, the space rats, the hell ants, the giant ferocious race, and the evil slime race had also migrated. The Alliance's forces had increased by 40 billion battleships, 24 late-stage mighty figures, and 4 middle-stage primordial supreme figures. First previously, the reason why Yi Xian raided the Star Alliance was to try and see if he could kill the 9-headed blood dragon or the Azure Sky Rock. But, this was only a secondary purpose. His main purpose was still the 25 primordial supreme figures in the Star Alliance. Such as today, there were only a few level 29 desolate supreme pills left in his hands. Once the generals under his command made a breakthrough in their cultivation and rushed into the primordial supreme realm, they would return to the primordial supreme realm. At that time, the generals under his command would need more level 29 desolate supreme pills, which would greatly increase the number of level 29 desolate supreme pills. Just these few desolate supreme treasured pills were clearly not enough to be distributed. As such, therefore, Yi Xian planned to take advantage of the current situation to kill as many primordial supreme pills as possible. In this way, when he was in need of level 29 desolate supreme pills in the future, he could refine them at any time and solve the urgent need in an instant. With this purpose in mind, his trip to the Star Alliance this time could be said to be a great harvest. The original 9 blood essences of the primordial supreme pills had soared to 25. But this was still not enough. 25 blood essences of the primordial supreme pills, even if 4 of them were of the highest quality, according to Yi Xian's calculation, refining 25 desolate supreme pills was a sure thing. The probability of refining 26 pills was about 80%. 27 pills, only 60% was left. 2. The probability of refining 18 pills was directly reduced to less than 40%. According to his estimation, he would need at least 40 level 29 desolate supreme pills to meet his needs in the future. Therefore, he still had to kill the primordial supreme beings. This time, after leaving the Star Alliance, he did not immediately return to the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. His only purpose was to strike while the iron was hot and go to the star field where the alliance of 10,000 races was located. He wanted to kill the 24 primordial supreme beings that had just arrived not long ago. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 48-22. The star field occupied by the alliance of 10,000 races was located on the other side of the chaos fragment. It could be said that it was extremely far away. However, this distance was not a problem for Yi Xian, whose peak battle strength had reached the 7th order supreme of the ancients. He didn't even need to use his full strength. He just casually skimmed through the void and it only took him a few days to arrive at the star field's destination. In news of everything that had happened in the Star Alliance had spread throughout the Urwild's fragment of heaven and earth. In this vast expanse of space, all the major forces had sent out a large number of small fleets of scouts to roam about, passing information to each other at a speed that was even faster than Supreme Primordial could travel through space with his physical body. When the news spread, the entire void was in an uproar. This period of time had not been peaceful at all. Undercurrents had been surging in the void of the fragment of untainted land. Some of the weaker clans and forces even began to miss the 2 years of peace that had ended not long ago. Everything was very good at first, but the peace that lasted for 2 years was hurriedly ended because of the arrival of the reinforcements of the Star Field, the alliance of 10,000 races, and the Human Federation. In the eyes of the major races and forces, the most aggrieved was the Beast Alliance. They were implicated because of this and were implicated. The furious master of the Magic Hall vented his anger on them. In the end, the entire alliance was annihilated and expelled. However, the Survivors' Alliance was still very lucky. The master of the Magic Hall seemed to have little interest in the survivors of the ancients. When the 5 great alliances joined forces to seize the Magic Hall, the Survivors' Alliance was the only one who escaped unscathed. Such as, today, the master of the magic hall was furious. The Beast Alliance suffered, but the Survivors Alliance was unscathed. As for the other three alliances that started this turmoil, the Human Federation reaped what they had sown. Now that they were engaged in a battle with the Tianji clan, they simply had no time to care about the actions of the Magic Hall. Star the Sky Alliance had already learned their lesson. Although the blood-devouring War Lion, Nine-Headed Blood Flood Dragon, and Azure Sky Great Peng had not fallen, and their cultivation had also increased sharply. Now, with the addition of the Blood Chelan and 9 Netherworld Devil Alligator, they now had a total of 5 Desolate Venerable level experts. But this time, they had lost 25 Primordial Masters. 16 of them had been slain by the Demon Hall Master, while the other 9 had turned traitor. They had stolen 90 million strongholds and countless people from the Star Alliance as proof of their allegiance. They had probably returned to the Forbidden Land of Rising by now. After the news spread, all the clans and forces fixed their eyes on the Myriad Races Alliance at once and dispatched a large number of scout fleets to the Star area where the Myriad Races Alliance was located so as to investigate the follow-up changes at any time. As far as they were concerned, the Star Alliance had learned its lesson from the 3 main culprits who had announced their withdrawal from the Demon Hall and caused the Void to once again become unstable. The Federation was in a good mood. The Master of the Magic Hall couldn't have asked for more. He was happy to sit and watch the show. He probably couldn't be bothered with them for a while. Well, his next target was obviously the alliance of 10,000 tribes. In fact, even the higher-ups of the alliance thought so. Based on the Master of the Magic Hall's violent temper, since he had made his move this time, he definitely wouldn't stop. The alliance would definitely be his next target. With this in mind, as soon as the news spread, the higher-ups of the alliance held an emergency meeting to discuss. They quickly came to a conclusion and immediately made all kinds of arrangements. In just one day, a huge fleet of battleships sailed out of the alliance's star field. There were more than 10 billion of them, and they were stationed at the edge of the star field. Although the Master of the Magic Hall was extremely powerful, and this time he didn't lead the Magic Hall army in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun on a punitive expedition, he acted alone as if he was taking revenge. Against a powerful late-stage Desolate supremacy, this kind of conventional battleship-level battle force was basically useless. But the alliance of the alliance still did so. On one hand, it was because this battle force was at least a way to show that they weren't weak in the face of a battle. On the other hand, even if the conventional battleship-level battle force didn't pose much of a threat to beings at the level of remote antiquity supremacy, the 10 billion battleship army was waiting for them. The battleship cannons were all fully charged in advance. If necessary, they could instantly fire 10,000 cannons at once. This kind of scene would probably cover the vast void space with endless beams of energy from the battleship cannons. More or less, it would definitely cause some damage and influence to the Master of the Magic Hall. But apart from that, the 4 middle-stage Desolate supremacies of the Alliance of the Alliance of the Alliance of the Alliance, as well as the 24 powerful beings of the Primordial Era, and close to 100 Universe Masters and Universe Supremes, had already flown out from the depths of the star field. They stood in the void space with their physical bodies, guarding the 10 billion battleship army at the edge of the star field. Just like that, 3 whole days passed. In the past 3 days, no matter whether it was the army of the alliance of 10,000 races that was ready for battle or the scouts that were lurking in the void in the distance, none of them made any moves. However, their hearts were in their throats as they waited for the arrival of the Master of the Magic Hall. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a ray of light shot over and closed in on them in the blink of an eye. It was the Master of the Magic Hall, a ferocious ape with a monstrous aura, roar, Walala. As soon as he descended, the figure of the Master of the Magic Hall came to an abrupt halt in the void. Immediately after, the strange sound of splashing water rang out. His entire figure instantly collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out and enveloped a corner of the universe's void. Roar! Roar! Hiss! Very quickly, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, shocking roars and ferocious howls could be heard. Within the shocking waves of the boundless sea of blood, in the blink of an eye, 3 gigantic figures rose from the ground in an instant. They were the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient ape demons, the body of flesh and blood, which was the violent ape of stars. The body of bones, without any flesh and blood, was merely a purple-gold skeleton that exuded an endless ferocious aura, incomparably ferocious. Black, the body of fog, was a cloak of black fog, and even its pair of eyes were merely 2 cloaks of purple light. It was extremely strange. In a short time, the 3 great blood sea bodies had already formed, and the aura that emanated from their bodies was shockingly at the 7th order of the primordial era. But, in fact, the true battle power of these 3 blood sea bodies, due to the support of the majestic blood and energy within the 60 million miles huge body, had reached the level of an 8th order desolate supremacy, roar. Just as his figure rose from the sea of blood, the ferocious ape raised its head and roared again. It raised its hand and pointed at the 4 primordial era supremacies 10 billion miles away. Its voice was cold and filled with endless disdain. You, who wants to fight? Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 48-23. The Alliance of 10,000 Races. Star outside the star domain, a huge fleet of battleships was waiting. There were more than 10 billion of them, and they were spread out in the void space at the edge of the star domain. There was no end in sight. Besides that, the 4 middle-stage desolate masters of the Alliance of 10,000 Races, 24 powerful beings of the primordial era, and close to 100 universe masters and universe supremes had already flown out from the depths of the star domain. They stood in the void space with their physical bodies, guarding in front of the fleet of 10 billion battleships at the edge of the star domain. Around the void space, there was a large number of scout fleets from various races and powers lying in wait, paying close attention to what was happening here. Here at this moment, as the master of the magic hall arrived, he immediately waved his hand and produced a blood sea, and 3 blood sea bodies appeared at the same time, regardless of whether it was the great army of the Alliance of 10,000 Races that was ready for battle, or the scout fleets from various powers and races lying in wait in the void space. Everyone was extremely nervous. Hull. As the 3 blood sea bodies flew up, Bao Yuan raised his head and roared. He raised his hand and pointed at the 4 primordial masters who were 10 billion miles away. His voice was cold and filled with endless disdain. Who will fight with me? At this moment, he was standing on the vast blood sea, which was 60 million miles wide. Although the aura emitted from his body was only at the 7th level of the primordial master, his actual combat power was comparable to that of an 8th level desolate master. Including the skeleton body and the black fog body, which were standing in the other 2 directions of the vast blood sea, standing in a tripartite confrontation with Bao Yuan, it was the same. On the other side, at the forefront of the 10 billion battleship army of the Myriad Races Alliance, the most powerful existences among the 100 or so upper echelons of the Alliance were only the 4 middle-stage desolate venerables from the Hell Ant, the Space Rat, the Giant Ferocious, and the Evil Spirit Slime. The most powerful one. The strongest one was at the 6th level of the Primordial Master, and the weakest one was only at the 4th level of the Primordial Master. Here, the 3 blood sea avatars of the Magic Hall's master were comparable to a level 8 desolate supremacy. He could easily beat them up in a 1 versus 2 battle. In this way, the 4 mid-stage desolate venerables of the Alliance of 10,000 Tribes and the master of the Magic Hall would only need to send out 2 blood sea avatars to hold them back, while the remaining blood sea avatar would rush into the rest of the higher-ups of the Alliance. Like a tiger entering a pack of wolves, it would kill the 24 powerful beings of the desolate antiquity, one by one. First he'd done the exact same thing back in the Star Alliance. Word of this had spread far and wide. Not only were the countless experts of the Alliance aware of this, but even the scouts from various factions and clans lurking in the void were well aware of this. Demon the Hall Master's target was not the 4 mid-stage desolate venerables of the Alliance of 10,000 Tribes, but the 24 powerful beings of the desolate antiquity who were slightly weaker. This had long been a consensus. Even though the outside world did not know why the Devil Hall Master had intentionally killed so many of the primordial era's almighty figures, at this moment, as he really did arrive with a rumbling sound, everyone understood. This time, the 24 almighty figures of the primordial era from the Myriad Races Alliance were probably in danger. Roar. Just as Bao Yuan finished speaking, in front of the army of the alliance of 10,000 tribes, the desolate venerable ancestor of the Hell Ant tribe, a black and gold giant ant that was millions of miles long, raised its head and let out a shocking roar. Roar. At the same time, the sound of his divine sense reverberated throughout the star domain. Countless experts in the starry sky could hear it clearly. Bao Yuan, this trick of yours is no longer effective. You want to use 2 Blood Sea avatars to lure the 4 of us away, and then leave the Blood Sea avatar behind to kill the powerful beings of the Alliance. You've already used the same trick in the Star Alliance. I won't fall for it. Roar. Just as he finished speaking, the desolate venerable ancestor of the space rat tribe, a giant silver rat that was millions of miles long, immediately took over the conversation. Anger with a roar, he continued, Bao Yuan, if you have the ability, just come and kill us. The 4 of us will not be separated. Although we are only at the mid-stage desolate venerable level, you can forget about separating us. If we fight, even if we have to pay a huge price, the 4 of us will join forces to kill one of your avatars. This was indeed the safest way to deal with it. Although the 4 of them were only at the mid-stage desolate antiquity level, as the supreme masters of the desolate antiquity, which one of them did not have powerful secret techniques. If Bao Yuan and the other 2 Blood Sea avatars rushed out at the same time, their only choice was to join forces and use their secret techniques to attack one of the Blood Sea avatars at the same time. Even if the Blood Sea avatar did not die, it would be severely injured. This strategy was the strategy that the 4 desolate venerable ancestors of the alliance of the 10,000 races had secretly discussed and finally decided on. Although it was too passive, their original goal was to force Yi Xian to retreat and leave. When they first arrived in the void fragment of the chaos world, the 4 of them were still complacent and disdainful of the magic hall that ruled this world. They thought that the 4 mid-stage desolate venerables on their side were enough to match the infamous master of the magic hall. However, the previous battle in the Star Alliance had finally made them realize the situation and the power of the master of the magic hall. Thus, the 4 of them had already given up on the idea that they could destroy the magic hall with just the alliance of the 10,000 races. At their point of view, the most reliable plan was to force the master of the magic hall to retreat today. After that, they would join forces with the 3 primordial venerables of the Star Alliance. After a secret discussion, the 7 powerful desolate venerables would attack together. Only then would they have a chance of killing the master of the magic hall. And the possibility of this was not small. As long as the master of the Sky River, Yi Xian, who was said to be on par with the master of the magic hall, did not appear, then the master of the magic hall would definitely fall under the 7 of them. For this matter, even if they were forced to the doorstep today, they would still not dare to take the initiative to fight. They would lose some face and grit their teeth and bear with it. Today, I am already here. Whether you fight or not is not up to you. Facing the roars of the black gold giant ant and the silver giant rat, Bao Yuan curled his lips and did not care at all. Just as he finished speaking, he had already rushed forward, Xiao. At the same time, the skeleton doppelganger and the black mist doppelganger also rushed out. The 3 Blood Sea doppelganger rushed out at the same time, the aura in their bodies spreading to the extreme. A deep rumbling sound of thunder could be heard in the void. Roar. Hiss hiss hiss. Seeing this scene, the black gold giant ant, the silver giant rat, and the 4 desolate venerables from the giant ferocious race and the evil slime race roared at the same time. The aura in their bodies also surged to the extreme. Then again without hesitation, with a shake of their shoulders, they rushed forward to meet the Blood Sea doppelganger, Bao Yuan. However, the 4 of them did not separate. Pang Da's huge body was only a few million li away from each other. This was clearly the rhythm of them joining forces to kill one of Yi Xian's Blood Sea doppelganger. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 48-24. Seeing this scene in the distant void, countless powerhouses in the scout fleets from the various clans and forces trembled violently. Their expressions changed drastically, and they all exclaimed in horror, "What?" Under such circumstances, the master of the magic hall still made a move? He's truly incomparably ruthless and savage. Even if the situation is disadvantageous to him, he doesn't care at all. He fights when he needs to fight, he kills when he needs to kill. He acts recklessly without any fear or apprehension. This is the temperament and nature of the violent ape of stars. This race is definitely not an existence to be trifled with. They are all a bunch of lunatics. However, such impulsiveness obviously comes with a price. The 4 desolate supremacies of the alliance of 10,000 races have also gone all out. They have already said that if the master of the magic hall really wants to start a war, the 4 of them will use all their secret techniques and methods to combine their strength and kill one of the 3 blood sea avatars of the master of the magic hall at the same time. From the looks of it, the target that the 4 of them have chosen is obviously the violent ape of the 3 blood sea avatars. Although the 4 of them are only middle-stage desolate supremacies, 2 of them are level 6 desolate supremacies. They are only one step away from the late-stage desolate supremacies. Under the combined attack of their secret techniques, even if the violent ape does not die, he will at least be heavily injured. The 3 blood sea avatars are extremely important to the master of the magic hall. They are an important part of his domineering deterrence. If any of them is heavily injured, it will have a huge impact. The master of the magic hall is really too unwise. After this battle, the magic hall will fall into an awkward situation. At least for a short period of time, its deterrence will be greatly reduced. Roar. I have said before. Today, I am already here. Whether you fight or not is not up to you. Furthermore, since I am the one who initiated this battle, then the direction of this battle can only be decided by me. Xiao. While the surroundings were filled with shock and astonishment, the violent ape of the 3 blood sea avatars that were charging towards the edge of the alliance of 10,000 races suddenly raised his head and roared angrily. The sound of his divine sense enveloped the vast void in a radius of tens of billions of miles. Countless experts could clearly hear it. Before the sound of his divine sense had finished, the violent ape had already waved his hand. Xiao. Phew, rumble. Almost at the same time, an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out, and a faint firefly-like 9-colored light shot out. It expanded against the wind, and in a breath, it had already turned into a vast and boundless 9-colored flame sea. Void in the air, whistling sounds were incessant, accompanied by an incomparably deep rumbling sound. The 9-colored sea of flames that suddenly appeared was like mercury spilling over the ground, instantly spreading out in all directions and spreading out in all directions, dyeing a large expanse of the universe void. All of this happened too quickly. The 4 desolate Zune-old monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance who rushed out from the void in front of them were completely unable to react in time. Wait, when they came back to their senses, the 4 old fellows, together with the vast void of 200 million miles around them, had been completely enveloped by the spherical 9-colored sea of flames. The interior of the huge sphere was their cage, and there was no way to escape, because no matter which direction they broke through, they would touch the 9-colored sea of flames. That was definitely the rhythm of death. Looking around, all they could see were 9-colored flames rising endlessly from all directions. The sky, the earth, and the void were all connected together. They were completely trapped by this sea of flames. These thoughts flashed through the sea, and the 4 old fellows' huge bodies came to an abrupt halt. Their bodies shook violently, and their expressions suddenly changed. They exclaimed in horror, revealing endless despair. What? 9-colored flame sea? It really is the Shinong 9-colored flame. We've been tricked by the violent ape. Damn it, we shouldn't have gathered together. Now that we've been captured by him, even if he can't do anything to us, he can only trap us. But he can't kill us. But the alliance outside is going to suffer a great disaster. Roar. His target is the 24 alliance experts. Now that we're trapped in the 9-colored sea of flames and can't escape, I'm afraid they'll end up like the Star Alliance. They'll all be killed in a short time. Too shameless. This is simply unbearable. Big Ant, your black shell is hard. It should be able to resist the flames. Why don't you try and see if you can break out of this sea of flames? F***ck your sister, you damned rat, you're too insidious. This is the Shinong 9-colored flame. Even a late-stage almighty would lose a layer of skin if they touched it. My black shell is hard, but it can't withstand the heat. What exactly are you scheming? The nine-colored flame sea instantly shrouded him, completely sealing off a vast void of 200 million miles. Caught off guard, the four desolate venerable ancestors of the Myriad Race Alliance who were trapped inside exclaimed in shock. Their voices were the voice spread out through the nine-colored sea of flames, and after a brief moment of silence, countless experts in the scout fleets of the various races and forces shuddered violently. Cries of shock and astonishment immediately rang out like a tide. What happened? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Or perhaps, this is a dream? In just a short moment, the situation has undergone such a shocking reversal. The Demon Hall Master is too sinister. Previously, he was arrogant and arrogant. Then, he suddenly made a move. In an instant, he sealed the four desolate venerables of the Alliance of 10,000 Races, just as he said, today, since he is here, it is not up to others to decide whether to fight or not. Furthermore, since he was the one who initiated the battle, then the direction of this battle can only be determined by his wishes. Isn't this the case for everything in front of us? Previously, I thought he was planning to use the two Blood Sea avatars to lure away the four desolate supremacy patriarchs of the Alliance of 10,000 Races. Then, he would leave the third Blood Sea avatar behind and slaughter the 24 primordial grand beings of the Alliance of 10,000 Races like a tiger in a flock of sheep, but now, it seems that the Magic Hall Master's methods are even more shocking. Just a physical avatar, the Violent Ape, was able to trap all four desolate supremes from the Alliance of 10,000 Races. The nine-colored flame sea has trapped the four desolate venerables in one net. It's enough to have Bao Yuan to control it here. As for the remaining two Blood Sea avatars, there are countless experts in the Alliance of 10,000 Races, but who can stop them? This is a ferocious ape with an exceedingly violent disposition. Moreover, it's treacherous and calculative. It's simply too terrifying, and it absolutely can't be offended. Otherwise, it'll definitely bring misfortune. Roar. Screech. Cries of surprise came from all around like a tide. In the battlefield in front of them, in the vast sea of blood, two earth-shattering roars and a vicious howl suddenly rang out. At this moment, the skeleton doppelganger and the black fog doppelganger of the three Blood Sea doppelgangers moved at the same time. They rushed toward the 10 billion battleships army at the edge of the Alliance of 10,000 Races. Jeune, to be exact, it should be the 100 or so Alliance higher-ups at the forefront of this battleship army. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4825. Roar. Screech. Along with the earth-shattering roars and screeches, the skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar of the three Blood Sea avatars moved at the same time, charging towards the 10 billion battleship army at the edge of the Alliance of 10,000 Races. At this moment, the 100 or so Alliance higher-ups at the forefront of the battleship army trembled as if they had agreed to it beforehand. Their expressions changed drastically, as if they had suddenly seen a ghost. This was especially so for the 24 supreme beings at the very front. They were so scared that their legs started to tremble. No one knew the purpose of the skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar better than them, because when the roars and screeches sounded, they suddenly felt as if their auras were firmly locked onto. This time, the real reason why the Master of the Magic Hall attacked the Alliance of 10,000 Races again was because of them. First, when the four mid-stage Baron Supremes of the Alliance, including the black gold giant ant and the silver giant rat, were still blocking in front, they, who were the targets of the Master of the Magic Hall, were already trembling in fear. Now, in the blink of an eye, the four powerful Baron Supremes of the Alliance were all, without exception, trapped by the giant sphere formed by the nine-colored flame sea. In the entire Alliance of 10,000 Races, there was no one who was stronger than them. This, the feeling of having no one to rely on, was already enough to make them panic. Now that they were facing the skeleton clone and the black fog clone that were shooting toward them, the auras in their bodies were extremely tyrannical, and the auras in their bodies were firmly locked onto them at the first moment. It could be said that at this moment, the hearts of the 24 powerful figures of the Alliance were almost completely broken down. Roar. Screech. All battleships, fire together, launch, bombardment. In the face of the rapidly approaching crisis, the 24 powerful figures of the Alliance had a drastic change in expression. They roared anxiously, and the auras in their bodies became even more intense. One of them, in a fit of anger, immediately ordered the 10 billion battleship army behind him to fire together. Whang, boom. Rumble, a low buzzing sound immediately sounded. Following his order, the 10 billion battleships behind him fired at the same time. Tens of billions of space cannons of different diameters were fired together, and the entire void was slightly trembling. Swoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the loud explosion, the sound of the air being torn apart could be heard. Countless energy beams from the cannons of the warships rained down, covering the sky and covering the earth, enveloping the void. Look! Seeing this scene, the expressions of the higher-ups of the scouting fleets from the various races and forces changed drastically. They immediately gave the order to retreat. Although the distance between them was very far, and even the cannons of the fortress couldn't reach such a distance, they were still within the safe range. However, the sight of 10 billion battleships firing at the same time is simply too shocking. It's always better to retreat a little further, and I'll feel more at ease. Walala. Almost at the same time, the gigantic bodies of Positive Pole's skeleton doppelganger and Black Mist doppelganger instantly turned into a rain of blood. Immediately after, the vast sea of blood rapidly shrank, and in less than half a breath, it had already turned into a weak firefly, as if it did not exist. Compared to the energy light curtain formed by the countless beams of light that covered a large part of the vast void, it was completely negligible. Very soon, a short while later, the vast sea of blood rapidly shrank, and in less than half a breath, had turned into a weak firefly, as if it did not exist. In just a few moments, the countless energy beams from the cannons of this round of bombardment had already whizzed past, charging into the void even further away. Along the way, some stars were struck, and earth-shattering rumbles resounded, shocking everyone who heard them. This is what you asked for, so don't blame me. Almost in the next moment, under a bloody flash, the skeleton doppelganger and the Black Mist doppelganger suddenly reappeared. Their bodies expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they had already reached a size of 60 million miles. The pressure of a late-stage desolate venerable from their bodies made people tremble. Boom. Boom. Rumble. Just as he finished speaking, the skeleton doppelganger and the Black Mist doppelganger punched out at the same time. Even though they were tens of billions of miles away, within the 10 billion battleship army in front of the Alliance star sector, two gigantic mushroom clouds instantly exploded. At this moment, flames soared into the sky, and the rumbling sounds of explosions were even more shocking than the movement of 10 billion battleships. Although it was the simplest two punches, and they were tens of billions of miles away, the ones who made the move were, after all, two powerful late-stage desolate venerables. The destruction caused by the two punches was too severe. Within the 10 billion huge battleship army, flames soared into the sky in the blink of an eye, and at least 1 billion battleships were destroyed because of this. Until, the great beings of the Alliance and the battleships were too numerous to count, just one attack had caused such severe consequences, and close to 100 upper echelons of the Alliance in front of the void space were terrified. This time, without waiting for the 24 great beings of the Alliance to make a sound, the dozens of Universe Masters and Universe Supremes behind them had already overstepped their authority and issued orders one after another. Damn it, who asked you to activate the cannons and launch a salvo? That's simply courting death. Turn off the cannons, immediately turn off all the cannons. This is an order, all battleships, turn around immediately and retreat to the inner part of the Alliance star sector. Everyone, evacuate. Howl. 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 As the orders were issued, the dozens of Universe Masters and Universe Supremes rushed out and used all their strength to retreat to the inner part of the Alliance star sector behind them. Such words and actions were extremely disrespectful to the 24 great beings of the Alliance in front of them. However, at this moment, they couldn't care less. Moreover, judging from the situation before them, it was obvious that these 24 great beings of the Alliance would be annihilated one after another very soon. To put it bluntly, at this moment, in the eyes of the dozens of Universe Masters and Universe Supremes behind them, they were actually no different from dead people. In fact, the 24 great beings of the Alliance in the void space in front of them were obviously aware of this, but at this moment, they couldn't care less about flying into a rage out of humiliation. They turned around and reprimanded the dozens of Universe Masters and Universe Supremes who were retreating to the inner part of the Alliance star sector behind them. This was because after each of them threw out a punch, in the void space 10 billion miles ahead of them in front of them, the skeleton body and the black fog body of the Magic Hall Master had already charged straight toward them with a flash of coldness in their eyes. All of them were filled with murderous intent, and the overflowing murderous intent made even the void space tremble slightly. Until, previously, they had already locked onto the surrounding great beings of the Alliance star sector with their divine senses, and they didn't relax at all. This was clearly a prelude to an all-out massacre. At this moment, if they didn't run, they might not have the chance to leave later on. Howl. 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 As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 24 great beings of the Alliance star sector didn't hesitate at all. They raised their heads and roared angrily, then turned around and madly fled in all directions. At this moment, the high-level combat power of the Alliance star sector was like a monkey scattering before the tree even fell. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of this website. Chapter 4826. Roar. Screech. Screech, screech, screech. Roars and howls shook the heavens, revealing endless panic and fear. At this moment, the high-level combat strength of the Myriad Races Alliance could be said to be like monkeys scattering before the trees fell. On the other side, the 24 Alliance mighty figures in front of the 10 billion warships did not hesitate at all. After raising their heads and roaring, they all turned around and fled in all directions. Don't you think you're a little slow to think of running at such a time? I might as well be frank. The reason I came to the Alliance today is for you 24 primordial mighty figures. So, don't even think about leaving. Whoosh. Boom. Seeing this, the skeleton doppelganger and the black fog doppelganger both sent out their divine senses at the same time, followed by an angry roar. Almost in the next moment, there was a faint sound of something breaking through the air, and a black shadow suddenly appeared behind one of the primordial era mighty figures. This black shadow was the Black Mist clone. At this time, his form was not as huge as before because that was too big and not convenient for assassination. However, to him, these 24 primordial mighty figures were just a bunch of ants. Gosh. He was afraid that the Black Fog avatar would give up the one-stage augmentation to his cultivation by the boundless blood and chi in his massive body. He was still a rank 7 desolate supremacy. Crushing this group of primordial era mighty figures was like crushing a group of ants. Such as, although the Black Mist clone was only about 10 feet tall, the aura that spread out from his body was extremely terrifying. Just, the moment his figure appeared, the primordial mighty figure that he had locked on as his first target felt his scalp explode. He opened his mouth to beg for mercy, but he obviously would never have the chance. The Black Mist clone immediately stretched out his right fist, and there was not the slightest bit of energy aura spreading out. A simple punch landed squarely on the primordial era expert's back. After a deafening explosion, the primordial great expert's enormous body was blown apart. Then, along with the earth-shattering explosion, the ferocious beast mighty figure did not even have the chance to react before his body turned into a bloody mist that spread out. Shio! In the next instant, the Black Fog clone waved his hand and an incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from his body, enveloping an area of tens of thousands of miles. The majestic blood fog that had just spread out was all swept up and absorbed into his body. Edison after the battle, they would be sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space within the cauldron. Then, the blood essence condensation would begin. And all of this only took half a breath, and the Black Mist avatar disappeared. In the blink of an eye, it reappeared in front of another primordial era mighty figure hundreds of millions of kilometers away. At the same time, in another direction, a supreme being of the Alliance who was running away subconsciously looked back. At this moment, a purple gold figure appeared in front of him. It was silent, without the slightest movement or energy. It was the skeleton avatar. Here the avatar's body had also shrunk to the size of about 10 feet, and the aura it exuded was that of a 7th-order desolate venerable. It was slightly weaker than before, but it was more than enough to crush this group of experts from the Myriad Races Alliance. Boom. Pooh. By the time the Primordial Era expert realized that something was wrong, the skeleton avatar had already punched him in the chest. Half of his chest had been hit by the skeleton avatar. There was no suspense at all. With a huge explosion, the Primordial Era mighty figure's entire body turned into a rapidly spreading bloody mist in the blink of an eye. Shio! As the target's body exploded into a bloody mist, the skeleton avatar immediately waved his hand, and an incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from his body, covering a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The majestic blood fog that had just spread out was swept up by him and absorbed into his body, waiting to be sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space after the battle. Thus, the blood essence condensation began. After the successful attack, the skeleton avatar's body disappeared again in the blink of an eye and rushed to the second target. Although it sounded like a long time, in reality, it happened in less than a breath's time. It could be said that in the blink of an eye, the Myriad Races Alliance had lost two powerful Primordial Era mighty figures. This scene was too frightening, and the other Primordial Era mighty figures were all frightened. There were only 24 Primordial Era mighty figures in the entire Myriad Races Alliance, and now, 2 of them had been killed in less than a breath's time. It was like chopping vegetables. Such as. With such terrifying means and killing speed, at this rate, they would all be annihilated in less than half an incense's time. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the remaining 23 Primordial Era mighty figures looked at each other in horror. At this moment, they finally realized how terrifying the Master of the Magic Hall was. Even if they had the battle strength of a desolate venerable, they were still no different from ants in front of a real late-stage desolate venerable. Shio! When they started to communicate with each other through divine sense, the Black Mist Avatar, who was only a few feet tall, appeared hundreds of millions of miles away in another direction in the blink of an eye. Screech! This time, the Primordial Era mighty figure whose aura was locked on by the Black Mist Avatar immediately felt the arrival of danger. Before the Black Mist Avatar could make a move, his body suddenly trembled, and in fear, he raised his head and let out an incomparably shrill scream. Bang! Pooh! Unfortunately, all of this could not change anything. The Black Mist Avatar had already made its move. It threw a simple punch at the Primordial Great Being's enormous body. After a huge explosion, the Primordial Great Being's enormous body was reduced to a cloud of blood mist in the blink of an eye. You're reading on Novel Full. Thanks for the support. You're reading on Novel Full. Thanks for the support. Shio! Even though this Primordial Era mighty figure was already prepared, he still could not withstand the Black Mist Avatar's attack, and his entire body exploded into a bloody mist. The Black Mist Avatar immediately waved his hand. An incomparably majestic and invisible force rolled out from his body, and the majestic blood mist that had just spread out was all swept up by him and absorbed into his body. Before all of this was completed, in another direction, the golden-purple skeleton avatar had already appeared once again. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, he rushed towards an Alliance mighty figure that was tens of millions of miles away to the right. Boom! Bang! An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the fourth Alliance mighty figure fell. The slaughter was too tragic. It was simple and direct. Although it was not flashy, it gave people an extremely shocking feeling that was difficult to describe with words. At this moment, the remaining 24 Alliance mighty figures were already scared out of their wits. They didn't even care about being afraid anymore. The only thought in their minds was to do their best and escape as far as possible. At this moment, space had fallen into a strange deathly silence. Besides the sharp sounds of numerous figures tearing through the air as they fled in panic, there was actually no other sound. It was like hell had descended, and it was deathly silent to the point it caused one's heart to feel cold while one's soul almost left their bodies. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 4827. Boom! Bang! There was an earth-shattering explosion. As the Black Fog Avatar punched out, the fifth Almighty from the Alliance died. The huge inner peak turned into a cloud of blood mist that spread out. Then, the Black Fog Avatar waved its hand and put it away. At first, Yi Xian only had 9 blood essences of mighty figures. After a trip to the Star Alliance and killing 16 primordial mighty figures, the number of blood essences in his hands had increased to 25. Well, now, as he arrived at the Alliance again, the hunt had just begun, and he had already obtained 5 blood essences of mighty figures. The total number of blood essences of mighty figures in his hands had reached 30. But, this was still far from enough. According to his estimation, he had to prepare at least 40 level 29 Desolate Supreme pills to meet his needs in the future. So, therefore, the primordial mighty figures still had to be killed. But, this time, after leaving the Star Alliance, he did not immediately return to the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. His only purpose was to strike while the iron was hot and arrive at the Star Sector where the Alliance was located. The 24 primordial mighty figures of the Alliance that had just arrived not long ago were all killed. Of the 24 Alliance mighty figures, 5 had been killed, and there were 19 left. Beside, others may not know the significance of these 19 primordial mighty figures, but Yi Xian was well aware. To him, these were 19 level 29 Desolate Supreme pills. Each of them represented the birth of a powerful primordial mighty figure under Yi Xian's Magic Hall in the future. Therefore, the remaining 19 primordial mighty figures of the Alliance must all be killed. Not one less. Boom! Bang! With that determination, the skeleton clone's eyes flashed coldly, and he attacked again. With a simple punch, the 6th Almighty Alliance cultivator exploded into a cloud of blood, which was then collected by the clone with a wave of his hand. Everything seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it happened in the span of 10 breaths. In just 10 breaths, at the edge of the Star Sector of the Alliance, a large number of Alliance battleships were still rapidly retreating into the sector. 10 billion miles to the right, within the gigantic fireball formed by the 9-colored flame sea, the black-gold giant ant, the silver giant rat and the other desolate supremacies of the Alliance were still roaring like thunder. However, in this battlefield, the 6 powerful desolate supremes of the Alliance had already fallen. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and not a single hair was left behind. When this scene fell into the eyes of the experts of the scout fleets from the various clans and forces, they had long fallen completely silent. Sukasome people's mouths were wide open, their eyes were wide open, and even their breathing had stopped. The expression on their faces was as if they had seen a ghost, and they were incomparably sluggish. Again, it was only after a few breaths that the Black Mist clone and the Skeleton clone each launched a simple punch that each destroyed a mighty figure of the primordial era from the Myriad Races Alliance. Their bodies shook violently, and their expressions changed abruptly. They all gasped and exclaimed in horror, "What? 6 of the primordial era's almighties have fallen in just a few breaths? No, it's clearly 8 of them." While you were talking, the master of the Magic Hall's Skeleton clone and the Black Mist clone each killed one of the Desolate Supremes. It's too cruel, too bloody. The master of the Magic Hall's monstrous ferociousness is simply terrifying. There is no doubt about the result of this battle. After the Star Alliance, the Myriad Races Alliance will also suffer heavy losses. Perhaps the 4 Desolate Supremes trapped in the 9-colored flame sea will be able to escape this calamity. After all, the Desolate Supremes are too difficult to kill. Every one of them must pay a heavy price. However, there is no doubt that these 24 Desolate Supremes will be completely annihilated in this battle. After this battle, the strength of the Myriad Races Alliance will be greatly reduced. More importantly, the master of the Magic Hall will be traumatized by this battle. I'm afraid that in the near future, they won't be able to join forces with the Star Alliance and attack the Magic Hall together. I originally thought that with the arrival of the reinforcements from the 3 great alliances and the continuous announcement of their withdrawal from the Demon Hall, which was already ruling the world in this primordial world fragment, would no longer be powerful. I didn't expect that it would end up like this. The Star Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance have suffered heavy losses one after another. The Beast Alliance has already been eliminated, and the Survivors Alliance doesn't even dare to fart. They have been holed up in the star field and haven't shown themselves. The remaining most powerful alliance, the Human Federation, and the unexpected arrival of the Tianji clan, are in a fierce battle. I'm afraid that they won't stop for a while. So it seems that the supreme overlord of this primordial era fragment is still the magic hall. Screech. Boom. Rumble, whoosh whoosh, along with the horrified cries coming from the distance, the incomparably mournful roars from the battlefield didn't stop for a moment. There was also the sound of rumbling thunder, which was soul-stirring. The remaining primordial powerful beings of the human alliance fled in different directions with all their might. But, unfortunately, although the speed of the powerful figures of the primordial era was amazing, it was nothing compared to the supreme masters of the primordial era, especially the late desolate supremacy. Remains the bone doppelganger and the black fog doppelganger were like dragons roaming the four seas. Their figures flashed from time to time in different areas of the void. Every time they appeared, they didn't hesitate at all and immediately punched. There was no resistance at all. The remaining powerful figures of the human alliance had long been scared out of their wits. In the face of the violent energy head-on, there was no other way to deal with it except to escape like crazy. The final result was without suspense. Remains the bone clone and the black mist clone struck out time and time again. Each time, it was a simple punch. Every time they struck their target, their bodies would explode in a single moment, turning into a tremendous mist of blood that dispersed into the surroundings. Before it could spread, the bone doppelganger and the black fog doppelganger waved their hands and swept it into their bodies. After the battle, they would send it into the farmer god's cauldron to begin the refinement of blood essence. It was an unprecedented bloodbath. Not even the recent Star Alliance had such a one-sided battle. Star was a force to be reckoned with. In the Battle of the Sky Alliance, Yi Xian had only killed 16 of the primordial era's great figures. But this time, in the alliance of 10,000 races, he didn't plan to let any of the 24 primordial era's great figures escape. Although, the number of prey had increased, but at the same time the black fog doppelganger and the bone doppelganger had increased from the last battle to the two primordial era's great figures. Exactly because of this, the duration of this battle was much shorter than the last battle in the Star Alliance. The 24 powerful primordial era experts were completely slaughtered by the bone doppelganger and the black fog doppelganger in just a few dozen breaths. At this moment, the incomparably mournful howls and screams in the void completely disappeared. Not even the slightest smell of blood could be heard because the blood doppelganger had been collected. But, invisibly, there was a boundless chill that made one's divine soul tremble, rapidly spreading, making the scouts of the various forces in the distant void feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 48-28. Before the start of this battle, the experts in the scout fleets of various forces who were watching the battle from afar had roughly guessed the final fate of the 24 powerful figures from the Alliance of the Ancients. However, no one had expected that this battle would end so quickly in such a short period of time. 24 powerful figures from the Ancients, including the skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar of the Master of the Magic Hall, were completely wiped out in just a few dozen breaths. A few dozen breaths was just the time it took to brew a cup of tea. If someone had poured a cup of hot tea before the battle, by the time the battle was over, and the 24 powerful figures from the Ancients had all fallen, the cup of hot tea would still be warm. This was a huge irony, but it made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Of course, this was only the feeling of the spectators. For Yi Xian, this was not the case. On the contrary, at this moment, his heart was full of joy, and there was a great sense of satisfaction after a harvest. Before the start of this battle, he only had 25 Supreme Expert Blood Essences in his possession. But now that he'd obtained 24 of them, the total number of Supreme Expert Blood Essences in Yi Xian's possession had reached a total of 49. Among these 49 blood essences, there were even 6 of the best quality. As such, according to Yi Xian's calculations, if he were to use these 49 Supreme Expert Blood Essences to refine them, then the chances of producing 51 level 29 Desolate Sovereign pellets would be 100%. It was a done deal. Even 53 pills would have a 60% chance. As for the probability of 55 pills, it had dropped sharply, to only about 40%. His original plan was to refine 40 level 29 Desolate Supremacy pills. Now, he had at least 51 pills as a guarantee. It could be said that he had greatly exceeded his original plan, and it was definitely a huge surprise. This time, his gains were truly too great, causing his heart to be incomparably agitated. Even with Yi Xian's current state of mind, he couldn't calm down for a long time. After a full 10 breaths of time, his surging heart gradually calmed down. Then, the skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar turned their heads and exchanged a look. With tacit understanding, they immediately turned their heads to look at the giant 9-colored flame ball 10 billion miles away on the right side. In today's battle, the main goal had been exceeded. If they could kill one more Supreme Primordial Master, it would be absolutely perfect. It would be icing on the cake. Although there were 4 primordial sovereigns trapped in the 9-colored flame sea, all of them were only at the middle stage of the primordial sovereign realm. The weakest among them was only at the beginning stage of the primordial sovereign realm, which was only a rank 4 desolate sovereign. Currently, Yi Xian's 3 blood sea clones were all here. If they entered the 9-colored flame ball at the same time and joined forces, they might be able to kill the 4th order desolate sovereign in one fell swoop, although it was difficult to kill a desolate supremacy, especially a mid-stage desolate supremacy. The 3 blood sea avatars were already at the late stage of this realm. Their combat strength was extremely powerful. With the help of the 9-colored flame sea, theoretically speaking, as long as there was enough time, the 4 supreme masters of the ancients from the myriad races alliance who were trapped in the fireball would be annihilated one by one. However, theory was theory, and reality was reality. Yi Xian could not spend so much time here because there were other supreme primordial masters in the void of this primordial world fragment who could arrive at any time. Once they were disturbed, there would be endless variables in an instant. What's more, now that he was conquering the alliance alone, there were no desolate supremacies in the magic hall of the forbidden land of the rising sun. The strongest existences were the 2 old guys, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise. In the early stage. Other than that, there were the 9 supreme primordial beasts of the Star Alliance who had just submitted to the magic hall. And the battle that happened in the alliance would soon be known by the other desolate supremacies in the void of this primordial world fragment. The Human Federation and the Tianji clan were not that big of a deal. Even if they wanted to, they would not have the time to leave in such a short time. But the Star Alliance was a big threat. Not long ago, Yi Xian had just arrived in the Star Alliance and killed 16 of the 25 Supreme Primordial Masters in one fell swoop, subduing 9 of them. This was a monstrous hatred. If there was a chance, he would not let go of the blood-devouring lion, the 9-headed blood serpent, the azure sky rock, and the newly joined scarlet unicorn and the 9 hell demon crocodile. Yi Xian could not afford not to let his guard down. If they took advantage of the time when he was conquering the alliance and rushed into the forbidden land of the rising sun, the headquarters of the magic hall, and started a massacre, the consequences would be unimaginable. Time is running out. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the skeleton avatar and the black mist avatar as they murmured at the same time. But if we leave like this, it would be too much. No matter what, let's give it a try. If we can't kill that 4th order supreme primordial master within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, there's no need to continue the battle. Put away the 9-colored flame sea, withdraw, and retreat, whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the skeleton avatar and the black mist avatar had already rushed out at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived at the edge of the giant 9-colored flame ball 10 billion miles to the right. Without the slightest hesitation, after exchanging a look with the violent ape, the 3 blood sea avatars' eyes flashed with a cold light, and in an instant, they rushed into the giant flame ball formed by the 9-colored flame sea. They disappeared. Seeing this scene, the countless experts in the scout fleets from the various races and forces in the distant void were stunned at the same time. Then, their expressions changed drastically, and their bodies shook violently. They were all shocked and cried out involuntarily, "What's going on?" The 24 primordial masters of the alliance of the 10,000 races have all been wiped out. Shouldn't this battle be over? Why hasn't the master of the magic hall left? Hiss. The 3 blood sea avatars rushed into the giant flame ball formed by the 9-colored flame sea with a diameter of hundreds of millions of miles at the same time. What are they doing? Do you still need to ask? Is there anyone else trapped in that giant flame ball? It's the 4 primordial masters of the Alliance of the 10,000 Races. How is that possible? The master of the Magic Hall actually wants to expand the battle results and kill the 4 desolate masters of the Alliance of the 10,000 Races? This is too shocking. It's absolutely impossible to kill all of them. The master of the Magic Hall himself knows this, but if he finds an opportunity, the 3 Blood Sea avatars can join forces and attack at the same time. It's completely possible to only kill one of them. Something big is going to happen. Could it be that a desolate master is going to die here today? This is too shocking, the entire void is going to shake. Roar. Screech. Screech, rumble, just as countless cries of shock rang out in the surrounding void, a series of earth-shattering roars suddenly rang out from the giant fireball in the distance. There was even a rumbling sound of thunder that resounded endlessly. Obviously, the great battle in the flame ball had broken out. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4829. Roar. Screech. Screech, 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 rumble, within the giant fireball, a series of earth-shattering screeches and screeches could be heard. This meant that the battle between the 7 primordial supremes had begun. To be more precise, it wasn't the 7 primordial supremes that were fighting in the fireball, but 5. 4 of them belonged to the Alliance of 10,000 Tribes, while the other 3 were the Master of the Magic Hall. Only the Master of the Magic Hall would be able to fight against 4 primordial supremes alone. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the scouts from various forces and tribes in the distant void were dazzled. At this moment, the heroic figure of the Master of the Magic Hall was unprecedentedly high in their minds. Grand and glorious, everyone was paying close attention to the outcome of this battle. Although they couldn't see the situation inside the giant fireball, the hearts of all the experts in the surrounding void were in their throats. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, 30 minutes had passed. During this time, the earth-shattering screeches and screeches in the fireball didn't stop for a moment, and endless thunderous roars continued, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as all the experts were holding their breaths, 3 extremely sharp sounds suddenly came from the fireball in front of them. He looked up, only to see 3 gargantuan figures rush out of the giant 9-colored fireball almost at the same time. They were the 3 Blood Sea avatars of the Master of the Magic Hall, the Violent Ape avatar, the Skeleton avatar, and the Black Fog avatar. Yi Xian's original time limit was 30 minutes. Now that the time was up, he couldn't delay any longer. Otherwise, the rising sun Forbidden Land would be lost. Although he couldn't find an opportunity to kill the rank 4 primordial supremes, this battle had to end. He couldn't stay any longer. Walala, as the 3 Blood Sea clones charged out, gushing sounds that were like tidewater instantly rang out, covering the entire place. The Black Mist doppelganger and the Skeleton doppelganger instantly collapsed, turning into a rain of blood that fused into the sea of blood beneath their feet. Then, the boundless sea of blood shrank in the blink of an eye, turning into a weak ray of light that shot into the space between Bao Yuan's eyebrows. He turned his head and swept his gaze over the experts who were watching from afar. The figure of the Bao Yuan shrunk rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to its original height of around 3 meters. Screech, hua, in the next moment, the violent ape raised its head and let out a slightly unwilling roar. At the same time, the huge 9-colored fireball in front of him completely collapsed in half a breath. In the end, it turned into a 9-colored ray of light that shot over and entered between his eyebrows and disappeared. It was clear that they wanted to end this battle and leave. As such thoughts flashed through their minds, countless experts from the scouting fleets of various factions and clans who were watching the battle from afar were slightly disappointed and sighed inwardly. In the end, he still couldn't see the scene of the desolate supremes falling. The Master of the Magic Hall had some misgivings and was about to leave. Hiss, just as these thoughts flashed through their minds, an extremely clear sound of ripping silk came from the void in front of them. The violent ape casually tore open a crack in the void, stepped into it, and disappeared. Roar. Screech. Screech. At this time, the black gold giant ant, the silver giant rat, and the other 4 desolate supremes of the Myriad Races Alliance, who had already escaped the seal of the nine-colored fireball, regained their senses. Although they weren't seriously injured, they were in an extremely sorry state. Their bodies were covered with huge blood bags. It was obvious that they were blasted out by the big-headed black rod. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the higher-ups of the scout fleets from various large factions and clans in the distant void immediately gave the order to retreat at full speed. If they were to stay any longer, they might be implicated and become the vent of these four powerful desolate venerables, in the depths of the forbidden land of the rising sun, in Yi Xian's cavern star. Now, a day had passed since the Battle of the Myriad Races Alliance. After leaving the Myriad Races Alliance, Yi Xian returned to the forbidden land of the rising sun immediately. However, he did not alarm the higher-ups of the Magic Hall and the Forbidden Land. Instead, he directly returned to the Cavern Star area and entered the Magic Hall. Because of the successive expeditions against the Star Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance, he could be said to have fought many battles. There were already signs of a breakthrough in his body. Therefore, as soon as he returned, he immediately returned to the Cavern Star in order to immediately start a closed-door training and seek for a breakthrough. Rumble. At this moment, suddenly, with a wave of his hand, Yi Xian instantly took out the Shinong Cauldron. It was suspended behind the giant peak where the Magic Hall was located, floating in midair. With a flash of his body, he stepped into the mouth of the cauldron filled with nine-colored fog. After entering the cauldron space, he sat down cross-legged above the central region volcano in the cauldron space. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! In the next instant, a large number of faint sounds of something breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out from Yi Xian's body and hovered in front of him. This included the all-evil origin liquid, the nine-colored divine herbs, and various other top-grade cultivation resources. There was even a large canopy of gray chaos herbs, which had a circumference of at least 10,000 feet. These were all cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. After everything was done, Yi Xian immediately activated the power of the Shinong Cauldron's domain and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian swallowed this nascent soul fist-sized round bead into his stomach and rapidly dissolved. Whoosh! Rumble! As soon as he swallowed all the cultivation resources, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from his body. All the cultivation resources melted in his mouth and gathered into a majestic river of energy. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, it continued to circulate in the 100 meridians of his body until it was completely refined. When the great river of energy disappeared and completely merged with his spirit and physical body, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Yi Xian had only gathered his strength to launch a single attack before the shackles were broken. The anticipated system prompt quickly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongxi mantra. Current realm, Primordial Age 7. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the physical body. Current realm, Primordial Age 7. Primordial Age 7. This was already the late stage of this realm. Before this breakthrough, Yi Xian's original body was at the 6th level of the primordial era. After activating the power of the ancient demon ape's bloodline in his body, he was able to instantly reach the 7th level of the primordial era. After using the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and reaching the 9th transformation, his battle strength would immediately soar to primordial age 7. Only with the addition of his physical body's majestic blood qi to his cultivation base, his true battle strength would be able to reach the level of a primordial age 8 desolate sovereign. But now, with the arrival of a new breakthrough, Yi Xian would instantly possess the strength of a primordial age 8 after activating the ancient ape demon's bloodline in his body. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website, M. Chapter 4830. In this way, once he used the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and directly entered the 9th transformation, his peak combat strength would instantly reach the 8th order of the desolate ancient supreme. If he was in the state of his gigantic body of 60 million miles, the majestic chi and blood power that made one's hair stand on end would have an additional level to his true battle strength. At that time, the strongest battle strength that he could display would reach an unprecedented level that was comparable to a 9th rank desolate venerable. This was the so-called half-step heavenly Tao. In fact, he still had the Blood Sea secret technique. If he activated the power of the Blood Sea secret technique, he would be able to condense 3 Blood Sea clones in an instant. All of them had terrifying combat strength comparable to the Ninth Order Desolate Master. Under such circumstances, if it was a 3-on-1 battle, even the Ninth Order Desolate Master would be crushed by him. If he used the Fallen Sky Bow and other powerful abilities and trump cards, the peak of the Ninth Order Desolate Master would only be a half-step heavenly Tao like the Void Giant Turtle. The existence of the Tao level, if caught off guard, was also very likely to be killed by his arrow. Thus, it fell. These thoughts flashed through his mind. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was unprecedentedly agitated. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He only used 7 days for this closed-door training? After calming down the excitement in his heart, Yi Xian pinched his fingers and calculated. The expression on his face suddenly became strange. Ever since he entered the middle stage of the Almighty, the time required for each seclusion breakthrough became longer and longer. However, this time, it only took 7 days. It was truly beyond his expectations. However, this was most likely because of the previous battles. Thinking of this, he was relieved. Then, after thinking for a while, he quickly made a new decision. The blood essence of the Almighty in my hands has already accumulated to 49 pieces. I can at least refine 51 pieces of the 29th level Desolate Master's treasure pill. In this case, there is no need to continue waiting. First, I will refine this furnace of Desolate Master's treasure pill. After completing it, I will focus on collecting the blood essence of the Desolate Master used to refine the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill. After saying that, he did not hesitate anymore. He immediately took out the majestic blood mist that was formed by the explosion of the bodies of the desolate ancient almighties and sent it into the flame pool at the center of the Shinong cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. After a while, all the blood essences were condensed. Yi Xian once again adjusted his mood and began to refine the second batch of the 29th level Desolate Master's treasure pill. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the blood essence of the Almighty's treasure pill appeared in his right palm. No more, no less, exactly 49 of them. Moreover, among these 49 blood essences, there were 6 supreme grade items. It was as if one of them was equivalent to 2 blood essences. Just one pill could allow a desolate ancient almighty to break through the bottleneck of the 9th stage in a short period of time and become a real desolate master. At this moment, the 49 supreme expert blood essences that he took out, along with a large number of other top-grade treasures and the primordial life treasure body resources, became the basic ingredients for Yi Xian to refine the level 29 Desolate Sovereign treasure pill. However, apart from these 2 most important basic materials, Yi Xian would also add some all-evil source liquid and the top-grade resources that he found in the Hong Meng Void. Although the Desolate Master's treasure pill was no small matter, Yi Xian had already refined a furnace of it before. Therefore, he was not nervous at all this time and was very confident. After all the preparations for the refinement were completed, Yi Xian abruptly waved his hand. In an instant, all the resources and top-grade precious materials required for the formula of the 29th level Desolate Master's treasure pill were taken out. Then, he closed his eyes. At the same time, inside the Shinong cauldron, in the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sounds of breaking through the air rang out one after another. Densely packed dark lights of various colors shot out from the mouth of the cauldron above the volcano in the central region. They directly appeared above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano and suddenly stopped. It was Yi Xian's refinement for this reason. All sorts of top-grade materials and cultivation resources were prepared for the 29th level Desolate Master's treasure pill. Who? In the next moment, a sound like the howling of a gale rang out. Below these top-grade resources, from the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region, a majestic Shinong 9-colored flame whistled up. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a 9-colored furnace that was about 10 feet in radius. Rainbow Furnace. It was small and simple, exuding an extraordinary aura. Immediately after, the Almighty's blood essence and other materials that had been prepared flew up automatically and entered this small flame cauldron that was only about 10 feet in radius. The refinement of the second batch of 29th level Desolate Master pills officially began. Although this was the second time he had refined it, the amount of almighty blood essence he had invested this time was too much. Therefore, Yi Xian still didn't dare to let down his guard at all. He wholeheartedly controlled everything, focusing on it like never before. As he chanted, one alchemy technique after another appeared in his hands at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a series of obscure and mysterious runes that entered the 9-colored furnace at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. Unknowingly, a month passed in the blink of an eye, but Yi Xian didn't feel it at all. His entire mind was immersed in the refinement of this furnace of Desolate Master's treasure pill, completely forgetting the existence of time. Boom! It was at this moment that a huge roar sounded above the flame pool at the bottom of the central region in the cauldron. The cauldron formed purely from the Shinong 9-colored flame dissipated in an instant. The 9-colored flames rushed back to the flame pool below like a river, and what remained above the flame pool were 55 round beads the size of nascent soul fists. All of the beads were purple in color, and the surface was suffused with an incomparably dense 9-colored mist. There was even a layer of incomparably illusory halo, revealing a simple and heavy aura. It was the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pellet. Just one of them was enough to make a peak level 9 cultivator of the Desolation Supreme Realm break through to level 29 of the Supreme Realm of the Desolation Supreme in a short period of time. It was the Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill. There are 55 of them? Yi Xian abruptly opened his eyes, and a blazing light flashed within them. Looking at the 55 supreme pellets floating in front of him that emitted a dense aura of the Desolate Sovereign, his expression was stunned, and he instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. As he muttered softly, there was endless surprise. This time, he used 49 blood essences to refine. Because there were 6 of the best quality, one of them could be compared to 2. Therefore, according to Yi Xian's deduction, putting aside the 4 as a base, the probability of refining 51 Desolate Master's treasure pills would reach to 100%. It was a done deal, without any suspense. In addition, the probability of 53 pills was about 60%. On the other hand, the probability of obtaining 55 crystals increased by a large margin, to only about 40%. Now that the treasure pills were out, there were 55 of them. The small probability of 40% had become a reality. How could he not be ecstatic? One had to know that a Desolate Master's treasure pill meant that he would have a powerful Desolate Ancient Supreme under his command in the future. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 48-31. Previously, Yi Xian only had 5 level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pellets left in his hands. Now that he had refined another 55 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pellets, adding them all together, the total number of Desolate Supreme Treasure Pellets in his hands had already reached 60. After consuming one, he still had 59 left. Although he had many subordinates, he would be able to reach the level of Desolate Supreme in the future. In other words, the existence that Yi Xian wanted to help them reach this level was definitely only a small number of them. 59 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pellets were enough. After calming down his incomparably excited state of mind, Yi Xian's figure flashed and instantly left the Shinong cauldron. With a raise of his hand, the treasured cauldron transformed into a ray of light that entered his body. Immediately after, he flipped his right hand and instantly appeared above his palm. 59 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pellets. Every single one of them emitted a majestic and endless energy aura, causing people to raise their eyebrows. Boom! Rumble. Almost in the next moment, in the void of the universe outside the Life Star, a large number of black tribulation clouds surged over. To think. A lightning tribulation is descending? Hearing the earth-shattering sound of the lightning tribulation, Yi Xian was startled. As he muttered softly, the expression on his face instantly became a little strange. Logically speaking, refining a level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pellet would not attract a heavenly tribulation. Of course, a level 30 Heavenly Path Pellet was completely different. But this time, perhaps because there were too many desolate supreme treasure pellets, it unexpectedly attracted a heavenly tribulation. Moreover, from the rumbling thunder that entered his ears and the faint aura of the heavenly tribulation that he could faintly sense, the power of the desolate supreme pill tribulation that descended this time was probably not small. However, Yi Xian was completely fearless. He had just broken through not long ago, so what he wanted was a baptism by a wave of heavenly tribulation. Facing the heavenly tribulation that would cause cultivators to turn pale, Yi Xian did not take it seriously at all. What's more, for the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal and the Rai Di seal, this heavenly tribulation was probably another opportunity. Thinking of this, Yi Xian no longer hesitated, his figure flashed, and instantly disappeared from the cave star. When he appeared again, he was already outside the forbidden land of rising sun, and he walked out from an extremely remote part of the universe. With his departure, the countless tribulation clouds that originally shrouded the cave star disappeared in an instant. They followed him and appeared above Yi Xian's head, covering a vast expanse of hundreds of millions of miles. Roar! At this moment, Yi Xian raised his head and roared. As his hair fluttered in the wind, the aura within his body was completely activated. His entire body was like the hottest human-shaped star. Inside his body, endless light was blooming, bursting out through the 1.08 billion pores on the surface of his body. An ear-piercing crisp sound rang out, and the tribulation clouds in the sky instantly surged even more violently. In just a short breath of time, an incomparably thick purple gold lightning bolt had already smashed down. Emperor's seal. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. After a soft cry, the Rai Di seal hanging above the sea of consciousness in his mind shot out. Screech! Almost in the next moment, the Rai Di seal flew up, and an incomparably high-pitched roar sounded from the Emperor's seal. This was the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal rejoicing. For it, the so-called tribulation was the best opportunity to temper itself. Screech! Almost at the moment the Emperor's seal appeared, an even more cheerful roar came from the Emperor's seal, revealing an even more powerful aura of pressure. It was the desolate ancient almighty. Last time, the Emperor's seal thunder spirit had broken through to the third level of the desolate ancient almighty in the thunder tribulation of the black-robed desolate sovereign of the Survivors Alliance. At this time, the roar that came out was the Emperor's seal thunder spirit rejoicing. This kind of tribulation was the best opportunity to temper itself. It could be said that the thunder spirit's cultivation strength had skyrocketed last time, and after a period of nourishment and absorption, its current realm had already stabilized. This time, after sensing the powerful aura of the thunder tribulation descending once again, the Emperor's seal thunder spirit rejoiced once again. Because this was its opportunity. Moreover, after the baptism of this thunder tribulation, the Rai Di seal would become even more powerful, and the Emperor's seal thunder spirit would most likely transform again. This was a great fortune, so naturally, it was extremely excited. It had a feeling that it could not hold back and wanted to rush out. As usual, I only want the last wave. The first 2 waves will be left to you and the Emperor's seal. With a faint smile, Yi Xian's firm voice came out of his mouth as he distributed the 3 waves of thunder tribulation that were about to descend above his head. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the first wave of tribulation lightning above his head had already struck down. Although it fell towards Yi Xian's head, it did not affect him in the slightest. It was all sucked in by the Rai Di seal. Screech! It was obvious that it had eaten enough, and the thunder spirit's cheers came from within the Emperor's seal once again. Very quickly, a second loud cracking sound came from the sky above his head. This time, it was even thicker than the previous one, and it instantly pounced over. Facing this wave of thunder tribulation, Yi Xian still did not move. With his hands behind his back, he allowed the Rai Di seal above his head to absorb the second bolt of lightning. Almost in the next moment, an even more cheerful and tyrannical howl came from within the Emperor's seal. It was the aura of a middle-stage almighty expert. Desolate ancient almighty level 4. This time, although the Emperor's seal thunder spirit had only broken through by 1 level, this was expected. Even if it could absorb the power of the thunder tribulation, it had already entered the middle stage of the almighty, so it was normal for its cultivation speed to slow down. Kacha! The last wave of tribulation lightning quickly struck down, and its power was even more terrifying. Although it was still purple-gold in color, its diameter had increased by more than 10 times, giving people the feeling that it was going to destroy the heavens and earth. In this regard, Yi Xian was still unmoved. After curling his lips, he waved his hand and kept the Rai Di seal into his body. Then, his figure flashed, and he directly rushed towards the terrifying tribulation cloud that covered the endless void above his head. Screech, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under the agitation of his emotions, the violent ape let out a long howl. It did not dodge. Instead, its figure rushed out amidst the howl. In the blink of an eye, it entered the tribulation lightning and was completely submerged. At the same time, the 55 level 29 desolate supreme treasure pills that had just come out of the furnace were casually thrown out by him and hung above his head. This was the desolate supreme treasure pill. Furthermore, the first 2 waves of thunder tribulation were absorbed by the Emperor's seal and the thunder spirit. The last wave of thunder tribulation was shared by him. If it was destroyed like this, then it would be worthless. Rumble, this scene was too shocking. In the vast purple-gold tribulation cloud, a series of terrifying explosions continued. The vast void within a radius of tens of millions of miles was completely enveloped by the sea of purple-gold lightning. In an instant, the galaxy was trembling slightly as if it could collapse at any time. The thunder tribulation raged for dozens of breaths before the vast sea of lightning above his head finally disappeared completely. In the next moment, the vast void of tens of millions of miles was cleared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A faint sound of breaking through the air sounded. In the next moment, Yi Xian walked out from the void high in the sky. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 48-32. Shio, shio, shio. In the next moment, Yi Xian walked out from the void high up in the sky. However, there wasn't the slightest wound on his treasure body. It shone brightly and emitted an endless overlord's aura that spread out in all directions. Following, he stretched out his hand, and 55 rays of light fell from the void above his head. They were the desolate supreme pills that had undergone the lightning punishment. Their aura was more condensed and dense. One with a wave of his hand, Yi Xian took out 55 small bottles and stored all the desolate supreme pills in them. Only then did he store them in his undying world. In the next moment, as his figure flickered, he disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in the rising sun forbidden land. With a spread of his divine sense, Yi Xian quickly caught sight of the scene outside the cave star. The lightning punishment earlier had obviously alarmed the higher-ups of the magic hall in the forbidden land. They did not know that Yi Xian had returned. Recently, when they heard about the changes in the Star Alliance, they were shocked and excited. They suddenly realized that Yi Xian had returned when they saw the tribulation cloud above the cave star. However, no one dared to enter Yi Xian's cave star without permission. Hence, they had been waiting outside the star. With a flash, Yi Xian disappeared from the cave star again and reappeared in the void of the forbidden land outside the atmosphere. Pressing according to Yi Xian's previous instructions, the magic hall was still in its early stages of development. Hence, those who were emperors and above were considered the higher-ups of the magic hall. Currently, the higher-ups of the 5 major armies of the magic hall were not many, but they were not many either. Fierce there were Green Ox and Yuling Long from the Beast Army, Long Shao, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, and a few other emperors from the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. There were also the Sangji tribe from the Survivor Army and the 20 emperors from the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. There were also the 3-clawed Flood Dragon and Long Shan Tang from the Nomadic Army who had captured the council members and 60 emperors. Edison the captive army consisted of the Blood Wyrm, Green Peng, and Battle Lion race captives. Of course, the 9 great beasts from the Star Alliance had also joined the captive army, along with a few undying emperors. As a result, the captive army could be considered the strongest of the 5 armies of the Magic Hall. Here in addition, the All-Evil Army also had many titled monarchs and above. Among them, the Primordial Porcupine and the Primordial Hairy Tortoise were 2 powerful Desolate Era almighty beings. This ismony of the upper echelons were currently in seclusion. All along, the strength structure of the magic hall had been a little strange. The battleships were strong, and the desolate supremes were also extremely strong. Although there was only one magic hall master, he was able to sweep through almost everything. However, there were too few great beings at the level of universe knights, universe masters, universe supremes, and primordial beings. Even with the addition of the primordial porcupine, the primordial turtle, and the 9 wild beasts from the Star Alliance, there were only 11 of them. This situation made Green Ox, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the rest of the upper echelons feel awkward. They had been suppressing themselves for a long time. As long as there was no war or Yi Xian wasn't assigned any tasks, they would all be in seclusion. Today, Yi Xian walked out of the cave star. He looked up and scanned the magic hall. As expected, more than half of the titled Undying Emperors and above weren't present. Apparently, they were in seclusion. For example, Green Dragon, the 3-clawed Flood Dragon, and Long Shan Tang were the same. The Primordial Porcupine and the Primordial Hairy Tortoise were the same. However, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the 9 primordial beings from the Star Alliance were all present. Seeing Yi Xian appear, they immediately bowed and congratulated him. Although they didn't know what Yi Xian had just undergone, as long as there was a heaven's trial, it meant that it was a good thing. They should be respectful. Yi Xian's gaze swept over the crowd. He immediately asked about the situation in the outside world. Naturally, there was nothing to ask about the Star Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance. Those old guys wouldn't dare to disturb them in the near future. There was also nothing to ask about the alliance of the survivors. They had already become his subordinates. What Yi Xian was really concerned about was the situation between the Human Federation and the Tianji clan, which was currently at war. Only after asking did they find out that the war between the Human Federation and the Heaven's Legacy race was already in full swing. Moreover, from the start of the war, the powerful Human Federation was faintly showing signs of decline. From this, it could be seen that the strength of the Heaven's Legacy race was simply shocking. After getting a general understanding of the situation, Yi Xian immediately ordered his subordinates to pay close attention to the battle between the Human Federation and the Tianji clan. If there were any major changes, they were to report back immediately. After that, he ordered his subordinates to seize the time to enter seclusion. After exchanging pleasantries, he immediately flew back to the cave star. He wanted to use this time to deduce the perfect formula of the level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill again to make sure that there were no mistakes. Because, what he needed to collect next was the blood essence of the Desolate Sovereign to refine the level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill, in the surroundings of the star field occupied by the Human Federation. Today, this vast and boundless void area had long been transformed into a huge battlefield in the starry sky. The Human Federation and the Tianji clan were currently fighting here and had been going on for some time. Towering in the center of the cosmic void hundreds of billions of miles ahead was an incomparably huge star. This huge star was the Tianji City. Today's Tianji City was no longer purely made of the latest type of cosmic alloy. DE had used the entire power of the Tianji clan to collect all kinds of top-grade flesh and blood materials from everywhere, such as the dragon tendons of the true dragon, the phoenix marrow of the fire phoenix, the dragon spine of the black dragon, and so on. These creatures of the Desolation era were extremely powerful when they were alive. Even though they had been dead for countless years, their remains were still very powerful. However, the Tianji race had plenty of ways to divide them up and use all kinds of suitable materials to transform the cold Tianji city made of pure cosmic alloy into a biochemical fortress made of cosmic alloy and the flesh and blood of the Desolation era creatures. For example, today's Tianji city, other than its original regular continental form and its wartime spherical fortress form, it now had 2 other simulated forms. If necessary, in a short period of time, the incomparably huge Tianji city, which contained terrifying combat power, could transform into an incomparably huge demonic dragon or a black phoenix with shocking wingspan at DE's command. For example, in addition, whether it was clan leader DE or all the official members of the Heaven's Legacy clan, in the past 100 years, their cultivation and strength had been changing and improving at a rapid pace. They used the countless powerful creatures of the Desolation era in the void to improve their cultivation. Just like how they transformed the Tianji city, they collected top-grade materials such as dragon tendons and phoenix marrow to transform their own mechanical bodies step by step. For example, some of the more powerful members of the Tianji clan had even given up on their human bodies and transformed into the skeletons or precious bodies of the Desolation-era creatures. From the inside out, they were carefully sculpted step by step. Finally, their electronic consciousness took over. With a shake of their bodies, they became powerful Desolation-era creatures with the addition of technological power and elements. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website, M. Chapter 48-33. However, even within the Celestial Legacy clan, no one knew where Di's original body was, what form it was in, and what level of power it had reached. It could be said that the Celestial Legacy clan of today was completely different from the Celestial Legacy clan of 100 years ago. This time, the entire clan had modified more than 100 billion battleships. Among them, there were more than 10 million official members of the Celestial Legacy clan, who could transform into metal balls in the shape of stars at any time, or all kinds of mechanical beasts with different appearances. 10 million clansmen might not sound like a large number, but without exception, all of them were above the undying level. Among them, there were tens of thousands of Universe Knights, close to 10,000 Universe Masters, close to 1,000 Universe Supremes, and close to 100 great beings from the Primordial Era. Besides, in addition to the transformation and evolution of all the official members of the clan, the Celestial Legacy clan also used the remains of powerful primordial life forms to create a large number of intelligent robots that weren't in human form. Their combat power was astonishing, and they were called mechanical beasts. The number of these mechanical war beasts modified by the Heaven's Legacy race was almost innumerable. In truth, they were created from the corpses of various primordial beings with technological elements added into them. For example, the scales and skin on their bodies were the latest biochemical products. Right now, in the void battlefield around the star domain occupied by the Human Federation, there were all sorts of massive mechanical warships that resembled wild beasts, as well as mechanical war beasts of different shapes and attack methods. There were simply too many of them. They filled the entire battlefield. Wang, Hong. Hong, Long, Long. At this moment, the higher-ups of the Celestial Legacy clan seemed to have issued another order. In an instant, the entire vast void space was filled with a buzzing sound like a tide. This was the sound of countless battleships charging their cannons at the same time. With a huge roar, countless mechanical battleships in the shape of wild beasts fired their cannons at the same time. In the blink of an eye, countless energy pillars of varying diameters shot forward from different angles before finally converging together. This scene was so shocking that the void space turned into a blazing net of light that enveloped an endless area and whizzed forward. Hong. Hong, Long, Long. Although they were also ship cannons, these new battleships that had been modified by the Celestial Legacy clan looked like gigantic beasts from the outside, so the energy light pillars from the ship cannons were obviously more powerful. In the opposite void space, countless battleships and battleships of the Human Race Alliance traversed the void space, and there were even a few superstar fortresses with a diameter of 1 million meters. However, in the face of the overwhelming number of mechanical desolate beasts, the energy light pillars shot out from their mouths were easily destroyed. The smaller ones directly exploded into fireballs. Even some fortresses of various sizes or superstar fortresses with a diameter of 1 million meters were barely able to put up an energy shield to defend themselves. In the face of such overwhelming attacks, it was impossible to counterattack. Was Celestial Legacy? Was. During this period of time, countless mechanical beasts of the Celestial Legacy clan had been destroyed. Even the main battleships in the form of desolate beasts had been damaged. However, ever since the Heaven's Legacy race had descended upon this fragment of the great desolate world, the first thing they did was to set up a large number of assembly lines for mechanical war beasts on the countless abandoned planets in the vast star field 100 billion kilometers away from the Human Race Federation. What was put into these lines were all intelligent machines. Once the assembly lines were set up, there was immediately a large number of mechanical beasts that were continuously transported out. Even the main battleships in the form of desolate beasts that were damaged in the war could be immediately withdrawn and returned to the base to be rapidly repaired. This was the frightening part of the Celestial Legacy clan. Although there were only 10 million of them who possessed electronic life forms, they were only the leaders of the upper echelons. The true power of the lower echelons were all manufactured. As long as they had resources, they could produce a large number of them. Clearly, they did not lack resources. Every abandoned planet contained large amounts of minerals, and the wreckage of the battleships that had been destroyed in the war could be melted down. Thus, they had an almost endless supply of mechanical beasts. On the other hand, although the Human Race Federation also had intelligent robots, their production efficiency could not compare at all. Moreover, the Human Race Federation's battleships had to be manned by their clansmen. The destruction of every battleship represented the loss of a large number of clansmen. It was precisely because of this that, although the Human Race Federation and the Celestial Legacy clan had both suffered losses, to the Celestial Legacy clan, it was practically nothing. The damaged battleships were dragged to the rear and melted down, looking brand new after half a day. However, the Human Race Federation's losses were extremely heavy. The loss of battleships was a small matter, but more importantly, the casualties of their clansmen were even more severe. No matter how large the human race's population was, they could not withstand such losses. Moreover, this was a completely meaningless loss that did not even cause much damage to the enemy. Such unequal losses directly caused the Human Race Federation's front line to retreat time and time again. The void between the two factions had originally been 100 billion miles apart, but now it had shrunk to around 80 billion miles. Over this period, the Celestial Legacy clan had pushed forward 20 billion miles with such a tyrannical attitude that they could not be killed or maimed. On the other hand, the Human Race Federation was clearly on the losing side. Since the start of the war, the Celestial Legacy city had been standing in the void 100 billion miles away from the human race. There were many smaller planets on both sides behind it, and each of them was a mechanical fortress just like the Celestial Legacy city. Those who stood guard here were all the higher-ups of the Celestial Legacy clan, but they did not make any unusual moves. Instead, they imperceptibly exuded a frightening presence. At the same time, at the edge of the Human Race Federation's planetary system, although the imperishable 9 stars did not appear, the Sky Extinction Palace that resembled a giant wormhole vortex and the Temple of Glory that was as large as a giant planet were also standing in the void, waiting in formation and staring covetously. Kachak, all of a sudden, the metal sphere that was the Celestial Legacy city seemed to come to life. A low humming sound echoed from within, accompanied by a dense Kachak sound, as if countless mechanical gears were turning and grinding together. Moreover, as the Kachak sound filled the air, the giant metal sphere was rapidly changing form. Protrusions extended from various parts of the sphere, and in less than half a breath, it had turned into a green-black demonic dragon. Its body was extremely huge, spanning almost 100 million miles, and was even bigger than the sphere it was in before. Even Yi Xian, who was in the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the devil ape, was several times smaller than it. What was even stranger was that this green-black demonic dragon's entire body also emitted a dazzling metallic luster, which was extremely dazzling. It was clearly a demonic dragon forged from synthetic metals. Chapter 48-34. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. Right at this moment, countless air-breaking noises resounded in the void in front of them. From the ferocious and incomparably huge mouth of the metal demonic dragon, streaks of light suddenly rushed out one after another. Their momentum was majestic, and their numbers were overwhelming. There were at least tens of millions of them. In the beginning, these tiny lights were just tiny metal balls with metallic luster of different colors on their surfaces. But soon, after the tiny metal spheres came to an abrupt halt in the void, low humming and mechanical grinding noises could be heard from within as well. Along with these strange noises, the sphere's shape also rapidly changed. In the end, it transformed into various astral beasts of different shapes. Each of them was tens of millions of kilometers long, as large as a small star. Their shapes were strange and ferocious, and they had the characteristics of different ferocious beasts. Their surfaces were suffused with a faint metallic luster, and they were like mechanical ferocious beasts of different shapes. In this void, there were originally a large number of mechanical beasts, but now, there were at least tens of millions of them. Their auras were terrifying, and they were all above the undying realm. Among them, there were even many emperors and emperors. Some of the beings with even larger bodies exuded auras that were at the level of Universe Supreme, Universe Master, and Universe Supreme. The Heaven's Legacy race had finally made a new move. Previously, the battle between the two factions had only been at the level of ordinary battleships and battleships. Although the Tianji clan had a large number of mechanical beasts and desolate beast battleships, they were all below the immortal rank. It was the same for the Human Federation. But now, perhaps because this massive mechanical army had only managed to advance 20 billion li, Patriarch De of the Celestial Legacy race began to grow impatient. The Heaven's Legacy race had finally begun to mobilize an unconventional fighting force. This was definitely a huge investment. The moment he made a move, he sent out tens of millions of ordinary undying high-level mechanical battle beasts. Among them, there were even quite a number of Universe Knights, Universe Masters, and Universe Supremes. Even Tianji City had transformed from its original star form into the gigantic alloy demon dragon form of 100 million miles long. The situation of the battle instantly rose to another level. Everything happened so fast that the leaders of the Human Federation were caught unprepared. With the arrival of these tens of millions of advanced mechanical beasts above the immortal realm, countless experts in the battleships and battleships of the Human Clan Federation in the opposite void instantly exclaimed in horror. A strong sense of fear that could not be dispersed rapidly spread in this void. All regular warships and battleships are to retreat and return to the star field to rest and reorganize. That was when a majestic voice suddenly echoed from the Sky Ju Palace, which was slowly whirling like a giant nebula. The Sky Ju Palace and the Temple of Glory have both dispatched a legion of high-end combat forces. Boom. Rumble. As soon as the order was issued, the overwhelming warships and battleships of the Human Clan Alliance in the void immediately activated their kinetic cabins to the maximum and retreated into the star zone like stray dogs. During this period of time, the bottom-level experts of the Human Alliance were all terrified. If they were fighting survivors or ferals, they would at least have flesh and blood and no one would fear them. But it was different when fighting against the Tianji clan. Once they remembered that the Tianji clan weren't living humans or even electronic life forms, but merely cold sentient robots and mechanical beasts, they would definitely tremble in fear even if they were not afraid of death. As the battle continued, the Human Federation had destroyed hundreds of millions of warships and battleships, with no small number of human champions inside each of them. The total number of dead would probably be in the billions. In a large-scale battle of this scale, individual lives were insignificant, and no one would know when they would suddenly be gone. Now that they could return to the star field, no one would want to stay a minute longer. Soon, the vast number of battleships and battleships of the Human Federation retreated like the tide, leaving this vast battlefield empty. But soon, streaks of light shot out from Sky Absolute City and the Temple of Glory at the edge of the star field, charging toward the battlefield in the void. There were both human champions and ferals, but without exception, the aura emanating from their bodies were all above immortal realm, and there were quite a few Universe Knights, Universe Masters, and even Universe Supremes among them. There were also more than 10 million of them, which was equivalent to the number of advanced mechanical beasts gushing out from Sky Absolute City. But these were clearly only the mid-level combat forces of both camps. The true top-level combat forces were those at the level of primordial beings and supreme primordial beings, but both camps had yet to use them. On the Human Federation's side, there were a total of 6 supreme primordial beings among their reinforcements. Including D-Air, who had just broken through to Desolate Master Realm, the Human Federation now had a total of 7 Desolate Masters. But no one knew if that was the actual number. After all, the immortal 9 stars, Sky Absolute Palace, and the Temple of Glory had all arrived. These were the core ancestral grounds of the 3 factions of the Human Federation, and there were many ancient beings hibernating there. Who knew how many of them would suddenly awaken? As for the number of Desolate Masters and Supreme Primordial Beings on the Tianji clan side, it was even more of a mystery. Logically speaking, the Tianji clan had only been created tens of thousands of years ago by Xing Bo, the pioneer of the human race's technology camp. Before that, this clan did not even exist, and there should not be any Desolate Masters. But this clan's growth rate was too shocking, and their ability to create and fuse machines was simply outrageous. Before the clan migrated from the first universe, the Tianji clan might not have had supreme primordial beings, but after they disappeared for 100 years, they obtained a large number of treasured remains of primordial beings in the void, including many desolate masters and supreme primordial beings. With the Tianji clan's powerful ability to create and fuse machines, this 100 years was enough for DE to create some desolate masters or even powerful mechanical beasts, or even electronic life forms. It was just that all of this had yet to be revealed. However, as this battle became more and more intense, the level of battle strength on the battlefield would become higher and higher. It was believed that the Heaven's Legacy race and the Human Federation's top-notch battle strength, such as the Desolate Supremacy Realm, would all appear one after another, and this was what Yi Xian wanted to see. The reason why he had not interfered in the war between the Tianji clan and the Human Federation was because he wanted to see the true strength of these two factions, and to see this, he obviously had to pay a certain price. Now that Yi Xian had stayed out of it and let them fight each other, it was the most comfortable thing for him. Chapter 48-35. Boom! Rumble, in the void, earth-shattering explosions rang out, densely packed and continuous. The escalating war had begun. As far as the eye could see, the void was much emptier than before. The previous conventional war had been a competition of numbers. Whether it was the Human Race Federation or the Tianji clan, both had deployed a sea of battleships, mechanical beasts, and so on. The entire void battlefield spanning hundreds of billions of miles was almost filled to the brim. The Celestials' legacy race had clearly taken this conventional war into consideration. They had an almost endless supply of mechanical beasts. Although the Human Race Federation also had intelligent robots, their production efficiency was completely incomparable. Moreover, the Human Race Federation's battleships had to be manned by their clansmen. The destruction of every battleship represented the loss of a large number of clansmen. Ever since the Tianji clan had arrived in this void fragment of the Eldritch world, they had immediately set up a large number of assembly lines for mechanical beasts on countless abandoned planets in the vast star field that was hundreds of billions of miles away from the Human Race Federation. Even the main battleships in the form of wild beasts that had been damaged in the war could be immediately withdrawn and returned to the base for rapid repair. The reason why DE had launched a conventional war in the starry sky from the beginning was that he intended to fight a war of attrition with the Human Race Federation. This was the terrifying aspect of the Tianji clan, as well as their advantage. Unfortunately, although the Tianji clan had set up assembly lines in this void fragment of the Eldritch world at the very beginning, there was an almost endless supply of mechanical beasts of various levels. However, they had obviously underestimated the foundation of the Human Race Federation. In the previous arrival, the Human Race Federation's core ancestral lands of the three major camps had all been moved here. The City of Glory seemed to be only the size of a giant planet, but it clearly used space-folding technology. The space inside was a world of its own, and there were countless experts who had joined the original Human Race Federation inside. Among the two major camps of the human race, the inside of the 9 immortal stars, the ancestral land of the science and technology camp was also not simple. Moreover, just these 9 giant planets could accommodate countless battleships and people. In addition, the Tianjua Palace, the ancestral land of the human clan, was simply a nebula vortex that looked like a cluster of light. No one knew what was inside, but one thing was certain: the space inside must be very large, and similarly, it was a world of its own. In this battle, the Heaven's Legacy race truly hadn't suffered any losses at the very beginning of the battle. All of the mechanical war beasts that had been destroyed had been dragged back to the base in the rear to be melted down and rebuilt. What was wasted was only some energy-level resources. However, in this vast universe, there was no lack of them. On the other hand, although the Human Clan Federation had lost a lot of warships and battleships and tens of billions of people, the Human Clan Federation still had a lot of resources. It was impossible to see that they were almost exhausted. If this continued, it was unknown how long this battle would last. In the end, the leader of the Heaven's Legacy race, DE, lost his patience and started the battle at the intermediate level. Now, not only did the Human Clan Federation withdraw all of its battleships from the battlefield, the Heaven's Legacy race also did the same. All of the mechanical war beasts below the Undying Realm retreated back to the base camp in the star field 100 billion miles away. As a result, the situation of the battle at this part of the void was instantly different from before. The number of soldiers participating in this battle was shockingly small. The soldiers from both camps were all at the Undying Realm or above, and their combat power was at the Universe Supreme level. There were more than 10 million of them, but in this part of the universe, which was billions of miles away, they were not very eye-catching. However, although they were few in number, they were all beings at the Undying Realm or above, and the most powerful ones were even Universe Supremes. Therefore, the situation of the battle was even more intense than before. Hong. Hong. Long. Long. In the void, the earth-shattering roars continued without stopping for a moment. Every minute, every second, there were experts from both sides falling. This time, the Heaven's Legacy race also suffered a great loss. The tens of millions of advanced mechanical war beasts they sent this time were not official members of the race. After all, there were only about 10 million official members of the Heaven's Legacy race who had electronic life forms, and every one of them was very precious. Basically, they were all high-ranking commanders and would not be used as soldiers in a concentrated battle. However, although the advanced mechanical war beasts were also intelligent robots, they were superior goods. If they were damaged in battle, they could be repaired or even reconstructed. However, in terms of time, they were not like ordinary mechanical war beasts at the Undying Realm or above. They could be reconstructed in an instant and go back to the battlefield. Therefore, in this kind of battle between the Undying Realm and the Universe Supreme level, the casualties on both sides were somewhat evened out. The human clan's declining trend of retreating was temporarily stopped. After a long battle, the Heaven's Legacy race had pushed forward 20 billion miles from the 100 billion miles between the two camps. However, since the beginning of the battle at the intermediate level, 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Although the army of the intermediate level of the Heaven's Legacy race had also pushed forward, it was only about 5 billion miles. The speed of advancement was much slower than before. Such a scene was obviously beyond Yi expectations. Initially, he had wanted to exhaust the Human Federation's forces at the conventional level, but in the end, he had failed. Now, he was confident that the Heaven's Legacy race had a strong foundation in the intermediate level, so he had withdrawn the forces at the conventional level and replaced them with those at the Undying Realm and the Universe Supreme level. Who would have thought that the Human Federation's foundation at this level was not weak at all? From the beginning of the battle until now, it had been more than a month. The distance between the two camps was only 100 billion miles, but the Heaven's Legacy race had only pushed forward 25 billion miles, which was only a quarter of the distance. This was really unacceptable to DE. After all, even if the army of the Heaven's Legacy race had left the 100 billion miles behind, they had only reached the edge of the Human Federation's star field. If they wanted to seize the territory of the Human Federation, they had to continue to push forward. It could even be said that the real battle would only begin after the 100 billion miles had been pushed forward. Such a slow progress of the battle made DE gradually impatient. Just as he was about to give the order to start the high-level battle in advance, a sudden change occurred. Shio. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, a fine light suddenly rushed out of the giant starry sky wormhole 10 billion miles in front of the Human Federation's star field. It was D-Air, who had already entered the primordial supreme level. He had disappeared for a period of time, and now that he had suddenly reappeared, there was no doubt what it meant. The automaton race was about to descend. Chapter 48-36. DE and D-Air were both intelligent life forms created by the human race's technological pioneer, Xingbo. The first to be created was DE. However, it was said that DE betrayed Xingbo and murdered him. He also betrayed the human race and established the Tianji clan. He created a large number of intelligent robots and grew rapidly. In the end, he chased the human race, who originally lived in the first universe, to the third universe. This was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. Ever since Di's betrayal and Xingbo's death, D-Air had never seen DE again. He became the state preceptor of the human clan's science and technology faction's immortal dynasty. He also created a clan, which was the so-called Mechanical Clan. In essence, the Tianji clan and the Machinery clan were actually the same. They were both electronic intelligent life forms. However, due to their different camps, no one had ever confused the Tianji clan and the Machinery clan together. Unlike the Tianji clan, who became the overlords of the first universe after occupying it and enslaving countless slave clans in the first universe, the Machinery clan created by D-Air rarely appeared in front of the world. Even after the starry sky changed drastically and the human race's technological camp's core ancestral land, the Machinery clan did not appear when the immortal dynasty arrived in this void fragment of the Eldritch universe not long ago. However, since then, D-Air, who had been guarding the headquarters of the Human Federation, had disappeared. It had been a few months since then. Now, he had finally reappeared. Moreover, he had charged out of this giant wormhole. Based on this point alone, one could conclude that D-Air had returned to the third universe during this period of time. The purpose of his return was obviously to bring the entire Machinery clan, which had never appeared in front of the world, to this void fragment of the Eldritch universe. Now, with D-Air's return, the Machinery clan, which had never appeared in front of the world, was obviously going to be unveiled soon. This scene attracted everyone's attention. Not only did the higher-ups at the edge of the Human Federation's star territory turn their heads to look, but even in the Tianji city, which had transformed into a gigantic metal demon dragon 100 million miles in size, and in the many metal spherical stars around it, many divine consciousnesses extended over. At this moment, even the tens of millions of experts from both sides who were fiercely fighting in the center of the battlefield, which spanned 1 billion miles, stopped and temporarily retreated. When they turned their heads, their gazes converged on this giant wormhole. Swish, swish, swish. After D-Air rushed out, he immediately returned to the edge of the Human Federation's planetary system, standing in the void in front of the Sky Juice City and the Temple of Glory. However, he also turned his head to look at the giant space bug. Almost in the next instant, from this space wormhole, there was a continuous sharp sound of something breaking through the air, followed by streaks of light. All of the strands of light that rushed out of the wormhole instantly expanded with the wind and soon stopped abruptly in the cosmic void outside the wormhole. It was indeed the mechanical race. These lights were clearly mechanical battle beasts of varying sizes. The small ones were like meteors, while the big ones were like stars. All the mecha beasts were in different shapes. Some were in the shape of various astral beasts, while others were in the shape of battleships or battleships. But without exception, these mecha battle beasts all had powerful auras, at least Sector Lord level. This was obviously a change that had only happened in the past 100 years. Back then, when Yi Xian was still wandering around the 3 great starry skies, the strength of the Machinery race was definitely not so terrifying. Otherwise, they would have already swept through the world. Over the last 100 years, the Tianji race had grown so rapidly because they had obtained a sea of corpses of powerful ancient beings in that mysterious void. As for D-Air's automaton race, they had never shown themselves. They were clearly hiding in an unknown part of the universe. In the past 100 years, the automaton race had grown at an astonishing speed. Now that one of their members had become a sector lord, they had most likely encountered a similar opportunity as the Heaven's Legacy race. After all, with the end of the primordial era, the Great Void had descended. The moment of arrival was getting closer and closer. Even the mysterious primordial void was undergoing huge changes. The other fragments of the void, including the current void and the 3 main starry sky planes, were naturally undergoing huge changes as well. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, large amounts of light continued to shoot out from this giant wormhole. This scene lasted for half a day. The void was incomparably quiet. Everyone was quietly watching and waiting, the shock in their hearts growing stronger. Half a day later, everything finally ended. Finally, there were no more lights shooting out from the giant wormhole. It had completely stopped. At this time, in the void in front of the wormhole, various forms of mecha beasts had already covered the sky and earth, filling up a large part of the cosmic void. At a glance, the total number had actually exceeded 100 million. These 100 million mecha beasts of different shapes and sizes were obviously the entire mechanical race. 100 million did not sound like a lot, even a little pitiful. After all, in the previous battle, the Tianji race had mobilized billions of desolate beast-shaped modified battleships. The number of mecha beasts was even more uncountable. It could be said that there was a sea of them, but in reality, when seeing these 100 million mecha beasts of different shapes and sizes, even the divine sense extended from the giant metal demon dragon of Tianji City, which was 100 million miles away, began to tremble violently. This was clearly a sign of extreme shock. This metal demon dragon of over 100 million miles in size was one of the two major battle forms of Tianji City. Those who could guard Tianji City were obviously the true core higher-ups of the Tianji race. Perhaps one or more of these divine senses belonged to De and his doppelganger. But they were also trembling violently, revealing a sense of shock. The dignified clan leader of the Tianji race was actually shocked by the 100 million mecha beasts of the mechanical race. This sounded very illogical, but it was actually understandable. Although the desolate beast battleships and mecha beasts of the Tianji race could be said to be innumerable, they were all intelligent machines without life. The total number of Tianji race clansmen who truly possessed electronic life was only slightly more than 10 million. But now, although these 100 million mecha beasts of different shapes and sizes in front of the giant wormhole were not life forms of flesh and blood, their bodies all exuded the unique aura of life forms. Very obviously, these 100 million mecha beasts were all members of the mechanical race with electronic life forms. In other words, there were only slightly more than 10 million official members of the Tianji race with electronic life forms. But the Tianji race had more than 100 million, which was 10 times the number. Just based on this point alone, it was not difficult to understand De's shock. Roar. Roar. Screech. At this moment, more than 100 million members of the mechanical race suddenly raised their heads and let out angry screeches. Then, an even more shocking scene occurred. Chapter 48-37. Roar. Screech. Hong. Hong long long, in front of the giant space wormhole, more than 100 million automaton clansmen suddenly raised their heads and roared. Then, an earth-shattering roar resounded like a tide, instantly enveloping the entire space. During this, there was also a dense and hair-raising sound of machines breaking in. Under everyone's gazes, these 100 million automaton clansmen of different sizes and shapes, but all of them looked similar to various space beasts in appearance, instantly began to transform. As the transformation of appearance rapidly unfolded, the automaton clansmen of different sizes also gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, and rapidly merged. This scene was like a fusion of transformers. Different numbers of automaton clansmen, in just a few breaths' time, merged into one body. Some had 3 to 5 combined bodies, some had more, 7 to 10 combined bodies. In one place with the most, there were actually dozens of automaton clansmen fusing. In the blink of an eye, the original 100 million automaton clansmen were reduced to 10 million. The number had decreased by 90%. However, the 10 million automaton clansmen that appeared now were not only larger in size, but most of them had already exceeded the size of an ordinary planet. Even their forms had changed. Although they were still space beasts, they were more ferocious. Although they were formed by the fusion of different numbers of automaton clansmen, they were a single entity, and there were no signs of fusion or splicing. It was as though they were born this way. At a glance, these 10 million newly formed automaton clansmen basically all had the bloodline characteristics of different space beasts. This meant that their defense and attack abilities were also more diverse and stronger. They might even have some special space beasts like the Bug Clan and other special space beasts. Besides, after the fusion, these 10 million gigantic automaton clansmen's strength had also increased by a large margin. Previously, when there were only 100 million of them, the weakest among them was at the Sector Lord level. But now, after the fusion, the weakest among these 10 million automaton clansmen was at the ordinary immortal level. 10 million ordinary undying realm and above automaton clansmen didn't seem like much. After all, in the middle-level battle that had just come to a temporary truce, the Human Race Federation and the Heaven's Legacy race had each sent out more than 10 million undying realm warriors. However, this was clearly only the first fusion, and it wasn't over yet. Boom! Rumble. Very soon, an earth-shattering rumble resounded like a tide, enveloping the entire space as the second fusion began. Mechanical grinding noises that were so dense that it made one's hair stand on end came from the void. The more than 10 million mechanical clansmen that had just finished fusing began to change their forms once again. As this change unfolded, the more than 10 million machine race clansmen instantly gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, and merged with each other. In just 3 breaths of time, everything was completed. Originally, there were more than 10 million mechanical beasts that had undergone the first fusion. Now, there were only slightly more than 1 million mechanical beasts left. However, these more than 1 million mechanical beasts that had undergone the second fusion all grew in size. Now, the smallest of them was almost the size of an undying star, like a huge star. However, in terms of form, they were still space beasts. Of course, after the second fusion, these more than 1 million mechanical beasts already had the characteristics of many different beasts. In reality, these space beasts probably didn't exist. As for cultivation level, the weakest of the 1 million automaton beasts were Emperor-level undyings, while the strongest were Universe Supreme level. And there were quite a number of them, over 1,000, however, this still wasn't the end. Boom! Rumble, in the void, the earth-shattering roar that resembled a tidal wave rang out once more, and there was also the sound of machines grinding together so densely that it made one's hair stand on end. The more than 1 million mechanical beasts that had just finished the second fusion began to change forms once more. As this change unfolded, the more than 1 million mechanical beasts, like the previous 2, gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, and fused with each other. The third fusion took a little longer, but it only lasted for a dozen breaths of time before it was complete. After a dozen breaths of time, the more than 1 million mechanical beasts that had undergone the second fusion decreased by 90%. Now, there were only a few 100,000 left. Every single one of them was gigantic, spanning close to 100 million miles. Compared to the gigantic metallic demonic dragon in Tianji City, which was 100 million miles away, they were only slightly smaller. As for their forms, they were all different kinds of space beasts, but they were extremely ferocious. At first glance, they were like prehistoric beasts, and it was a ghastly sight. After the third fusion, the weakest of the 100,000 mechanical beasts had become Emperor-level undyings, and the strongest of them had even reached the primordial great being level. And there were quite a number of them, more than 100. This was more than 100,000 emperors and more than 100 primordial great beings. Just based on the current situation, it was definitely more than the Tianji clan of the same level of power. Furthermore, this was only the third fusion. Since there had already been 3 fusions before, then the 4th and 5th fusions should be possible in theory. Putting aside the 5th fusions for now, since the 4th one had yet to appear, it was still too early to talk about it. However, even if it was only the 4th fusion, according to the pattern of the previous 3 fusions, the 100,000 mechanical beasts would be reduced by another 90%. There would only be slightly more than 10,000 of them left. Although there were only slightly more than 10,000 of them, the smallest of the mechanical battle beasts that had completed the 4th fusion would probably be comparable to the gigantic metallic demonic dragon that the Tianji city had transformed into billions of miles away. In terms of cultivation level, even the weakest of them would probably be at the universe night level. As for the strongest, theoretically speaking, they would even be at the level of a desolate supreme, and there should be more than a dozen of them, 10,000 mechanical beasts, with the average cultivation level being above that of a universe knight, and there were at least a dozen of them at the level of a primordial supreme. Although the number was small, it was definitely a terrifying army of mechanical beasts, and it could be said to be invincible. However, it was still a mystery as to whether the 4th fusion would actually happen. At this time, the entire boundless void had fallen into a deathly stillness. The gazes of countless experts were focused on the more than 100,000 mechanical beasts that had undergone 3 fusions, revealing a strong sense of nervousness and anticipation that couldn't be dispersed.